All right, we got crashes. Fessler's Lane at I-40 and then 24 westbound after the Spring Street Ellington Parkway, exit 47A. Over in the Gulch, police reporting a crash 40 eastbound at DeMunbrian Street. West End to Park injury crash, 31st Avenue at Long Boulevard and Hadley Park. A crash with the off-ramp partially blocked, 40 eastbound off-ramp to Jefferson Street. West End, police reporting a crash 440 westbound before West End, that's exit 1. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk, 9 UTN.
All right, kids, here we are. Here we go. It is the Matt Murphy Radio Show underway for another day. Happy to have you with us this Tuesday, March 4, 2025. We are live and in person at the Nashville Palace as we broadcast from the big room. It's very echoey right now, but we anticipate... Oh, there's some crowd in the corner over there.
All right.
All right, we've already got some assembled masses. These are the hardliners. They come at 3, they stay till late. But we are here at the Nashville Palace, and we are in advance of the presidential address to a joint session of Congress tonight. Don't call it a State of the Union, because these folks that are persnickety about these types of things will correct you immediately if you do so. I'm going to get into that, actually, the history of why you wouldn't call this a State of the Union when it really effectively is a State of the Union 42 days into the second term, non-sequential, of President Donald J. Trump. I am joined in the Nashville Palace by already some assembled folks who are in the corners. Give me one more, Lindsay. Give me one more, Lindsay. There you go. There's Lindsay and crew who have already assembled. Chris Weber is controlling the television side of things, making sure, generally speaking, that everything that comes out of our speakers sounds as good as humanly possible. That is vis-a-vis Mason Fleming, who is back at home base, controlling the experience from our Super Talk studios. Guess who is also here? I'm very excited about this. I'm more excited about this than I am about doing a radio show. I think I'm more excited about this than I am about Donald Trump coming on stage tonight. Ken Weaver is in the house. Woo!
How's it going, everybody? Sorry if you're able to hear my keyboard while I'm ticky-tacking away.
That's just for me.
And it's right underneath the mic.
Oh, no, that's just for me. Occasionally I hear it ticky-tacking back in the News Closet B, but I love hearing it ticky-tacking from the Nashville Palace. What about this joint, huh? I'm surprised you've never been here.
I've never been out this way. I was out this way one time, and the traffic was so bad I immediately turned around. I drove the wrong direction to get away from it.
Let me tell you.
Before I realized where I was and I got it corrected.
Not that I would ever do this, but let me tell you something. This area of town represents what I would call an evergreen topic for Matt Murphy. I learned this when I first got to town. If you've got an hour and there's not a lot of topics that are really striking your fancy, and you're a talk show host, Ken, and you need an hour to kill, just say two words, and it'll handle itself.
All right.
Say Opry Land.
Yes, sir. Well, I tell you what, on the drive out here, it took 20 minutes from downtown. Not a problem at all. I didn't run into one pothole. So my previous, issue with traffic, just throw that out the window, because I had no problem getting here whatsoever. And I hear all this talk about potholes in Nashville. I didn't run into one.
Y'all call at 615-737-9986. Agree or disagree? Potholes or no?
Now, I will say this. I didn't have to take 24 to get here.
Well, that's a bonus right there.
Yes, sir.
So the reason I say the Opryland thing, and I learned this pretty early on, I asked a question one time doing my radio show. I was probably a couple months old in Nashville. And that was, hey, you old-timers, you unicorns, as y'all call yourselves, those of you who have grown up and been here for the full, Monty or whatnot.
Yeah.
What do you miss? Like, what's the biggest regret that we had something? And, I was talking about the Nashville Fairground Speedway, and that's part of why that's near and dear to my heart, because once you lose these things, they're gone forever.
Yes, sir.
And everybody said the same thing, Opryland, the amusement park. that was apparently doing very well over there at Opry Mills Mall, where the Opry Mills Mall is now, next door to us. But apparently the ownership just decided they wanted to build a mall instead. And so after they finished one season at Opryland Amusement Park, they said, all right, we're done, it's over. And they just started bulldozing the place. And people still, and that was apparently in the 1990s, I want to say. Yeah. And people still talk about it this day. So y'all know where we are, right across the street from Gaylord Opryland Hotel. Y'all come out and see us. We would love to have you in person as we lead up to the presidential address tonight at 8 o'clock Central Time, or as Ken Weaver would say, Middle Tennessee time.
Yes, sir.
I invite you, if you can't get out, to listen, obviously, 99.7 FM. You can listen on a variety of apps. I would especially encourage you, considering that we can see him sitting right beside me, to look us up on the old television side of things. We got Super Talk TV up and running. That's on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch. When you go over there, do me a favor and hit the little thumbs up or like and subscribe us. It is my understanding, I have the distinct understanding that Ken Weaver knows. What does it cost to do that, Ken?
Absolutely nothing.
Costs you nothing. Absolutely nothing. Like a moment of your time. Perhaps your thumb might go, ooh, when you do it. Yeah. Maybe. But, don't hit the keyboard too hard. So come out. We're here till 8. We lead right up to the presidential address. None shall call it a State of the Union address. It is not technically a State of the Union address. Normally, when a president of the United States first takes office, he does not address the Congress of the United States in a quote-unquote State of the Union. The idea being, if you think about the words, this guy just came into office, right? So what would he know about the State of the Union? He's just getting his feet underneath him, particularly if he's a first-time or first-term president of the United States. And typically that event, that moment, is handled through the inauguration, right? You have the big-time inauguration festivities, all of the balls and the pomp and the circumstance and the ceremony, and the president addresses the United States of America, the newly sworn-in president, just after he takes the oath of office. He takes to the podium and he addresses the U.S. Well, Donald Trump will address Congress tonight. Technically, as I mentioned, not a State of the Union address. The joint session of Congress, he will be addressing that joint session for the first time this term after House Speaker Mike Johnson invited Donald Trump to make an address in a letter, and officially that a letter was delivered this week, saying it is my distinct honor and privilege to invite you to address a joint session of Congress Tuesday, March 4, in the chamber of the U.S. House of Representatives to share your America First vision for our legislative future, read the letter sent to the President of the United States. The President, we're going to talk a lot about what we anticipate out of the President and what the first 42 days were like. Typically, State of the Union address occurs during the first couple of months of the year. It's a time for the president to deliver kind of a report to Congress. There is nothing in the Constitution of the United States that requires that address be delivered in person, live, or publicly spoken. In other words, if a president wanted to, he could, write some things down on a note card, send it over to Congress, and that is the State of the Union's great, everything's going wonderful, thanks so much, see you next year, if he wanted to. Obviously, presidents use this as an opportunity not just to address the United States Congress, but in more modern times, address the people of the United States of America as to what's going on, what has happened, what is happening, and what you would expect to happen coming down the road. So it's not a true State of the Union address in as much as he's only been in office for 42 days or so, but it's not the first time a president has done an address like this either. President Ronald Reagan, or as I noted in the Tennessee, and I told Ken this a minute ago, and we got a chuckle out of it. Look, it's just a typo, but it still makes me laugh. As the Tennessean put it, Ronald Reagan, R-E-G-A-N, there's an extra A in there, Tennessee, addressed Congress just months. If you spend a little more time proofreading, a little less time being liberal, these things might not happen. So he addressed Congress just months after he was voted into office. He was the first and since then, only other president to give a similar address, according to the American Presidency Project, which is a nonprofit and nonpartisan website created and managed by the University of California in 1999. Not that you needed to know that. Other presidents have had some of these speeches. Ronald Reagan in 81, George H.W. Bush in 1989, Bill Clinton in 1993, George W. Bush in 2001, Barack Obama 2009, Donald Trump 2017, Joe Biden in 2021. So these are not, State of the Union addresses. The State of the Union is written in the Constitution, but wasn't something that has always happened in a public format. Thomas Jefferson actually refused to do it. He wouldn't give the speech live. He just wrote Congress and sent it to Congress. And it wasn't until 1913, little history lesson, friends. Don't go away on me now. I'll get back to the meat and potatoes of the show. 1913, when the verbal practice was brought back by former President Woodrow Wilson, socialist Woodrow Wilson. At the time, Wilson shifted his focus to cover the nation's priorities, achievement, and future legislative plans. Harry Truman gave the first televised address in 1947. So it's happening at 8 o'clock tonight. We're going to tell you everything that you can anticipate and expect regarding the address. We'll get you caught up with everything else that's going on in the world and in the nation and in the state of Tennessee and in Nashville. And there's a lot happening, as there has been, really. I mean, it's been a flood in 2025, man. Just a flood of news and information, local, state, national, and, of course, international affairs as well. Speaking of international affairs, Donald Trump calls his speech tonight renewal of the American dream. That is the theme of the address tonight. But he has been focused. I mean, obviously, he's got 14 different things, more than that, 140 different things going at the White House simultaneously. He is like a master chef in a kitchen cooking up an absolute feast for the American people right now. We're dealing with immigration. We're dealing with energy policy. We're dealing with the economy and inflation. We're dealing with cutting government and spending. We're dealing with codifying all of these and working with the Congress to get these executive orders codified into action. We're dealing with investment in the United States of America. We're dealing with foreign affairs involving Ukraine and Russia. We're dealing with foreign affairs involving Israel and Hamas. Might I remind you that it was just 40 some odd days ago that the President of the United States had a really big day when he was in front of a camera for 3 minutes. And then he would call a lid on it about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I mean, that's the former President, Joe Biden, right? His day was a really big day when he took one or two questions standing outside of the helicopter in the lawn of the White House, and he couldn't hear them, and they couldn't hear him, and he would, and then he would just shuffle off and, trip and almost fall down, and then and give the old salute to the United States Marine who was standing there outside of the helicopter, and off he goes. That was a big day for Joe Biden, big day. Donald Trump starts early, goes late, has energy to spare. I don't know how the guy does it. He's 78 years old, probably sleeps 4 hours a night, drinks Diet Cokes like they're going out of style, and just has the energy of a 20-year-old, a 25-year-old. Has more energy, no offense, Ken Weaver, than Ken Weaver, Matt Murphy, and Chris Webber combined. And I feel like we're pretty energetic folk. Okay, I think Chris is pretty energetic folk.
I am for about 30 minutes out of the day.
You walk.
Yeah, I walk. About 45 minutes, I'd say. But I'm nowhere near the likes of this president.
This dude, I mean, he's blowing and absolutely.
Well, I mean, count the number of press conferences he has given in his first 42 days compared to the past 4 years.
I mean, it's every day.
Yes.
It's absolutely every day.
And, I mean, that's one thing. As a news person, I love it. Because that is transparency.
Oh, no doubt.
When the leader of the free world will stand there and take questions, and none of it is scripted, there's no schedule of a reporter that you point to.
Yeah, there's no little note card.
No.
Yeah, remember when Joe Biden had the note cards and he had not only the name of the reporter, but had a little picture of the reporter, yes, and had the pronunciation of the reporter. And I remember the note cards where he was holding a note card and it got on camera, and somebody blew up the note card, and it was like, "You," in all capital letters, enter the room. Then you, in all capital letters, go and sit in your chair.
Yes, sir.
This is in the Oval Office. You have to tell him to sit in his own chair?
Yeah.
No, gone are those days. And look, I don't care what your politics are, at least in reference to this conversation. It is refreshing to know that there is one dude. If you take anything away from what happened with Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Volodymyr Zelensky last week in the White House, in the Oval Office, if you take nothing else away from it, take this away. There is one dude in charge of this country.
Yeah.
One dude, and his name's Donald Trump. And oh, by the way, those that want to claim this was a setup and that J.D. Vance took over and Trump, no, Trump gave him the microphone, as they say. He said, J.D., you have a few things to say. Y'all need to go back and look at the tape, because I've seen that liberal trope on social media. Oh, J.D. Vance took over. Donald Trump's not the real. Go back and watch the full 50 minutes sitting in the White House. And that's another thing. Joe Biden would traipse the media into the Oval Office, and Brian Wilson's got a lot more tales than I do on this subject, and he'll be here in a little bit. But he would traipse the media into the Oval Office, and as Wilson was telling me yesterday, we were talking offline, he said, you know, the print reporters go down low, and the TV reporters go high, so they can get the shot.
Right.
And then the other assembled reporters stand behind the cameras, and then they get an opportunity to ask questions. Well, Joe Biden wouldn't give them. They would get maybe one. Mm-hmm. And then out of the room, get out.
That's all, folks. That's all.
We had 50 minutes of that last week, and every time he goes into the White House, it's like that. So, yeah, you get unfettered access, it seems, to the daily routine of our president.
Two or three times a day.
And 2 or 3 times a day. That's right. So we're going to dive into all of that. As I mentioned, the rest of the crew will be here. Since I've been a part of this wonderful talk radio family, and I consider each of you a part of it, this is the first time. This is the most complete family portrait we're going to have this afternoon and this evening on stage at Nashville Palace. Dan Mandis will be here, along with Joan Jones. I have no idea if KGB is going to be here, but if he does show up, somebody pat him down for a wire. Chris Hand is going to be here. Sadly, Mason Fleming not able to be here because he's holding down the fort at home base. Chad Benson will be here. Sadly, Bell will not be able to be here because he's a jerk and he doesn't do these types of things. I'm here, Ken's here, Chris is here, Brian Wilson will be here. So the gang is all here. We'd love to see you. By the way, if you didn't know if you could attend, if you didn't want to buy a ticket and then thought, oh, I won't be able to be there, don't you worry, because if you have an opening tonight, tickets available at the door. You can walk up and buy tickets. We have a huge buffet that's coming a little bit later on. We've got drinks available. We've got alcoholic beverages available for purchase if you choose and so desire. It's all happening at the Nashville Palace all afternoon long. We'd also love to hear from you on the telephones. My question to you, 42 days, what grade are you giving this? And be a hard grader, as hard as you can possibly be. Get me to a B, because I don't know. I don't want all these A pluses, okay? I want to know if there's anything that you felt like could have been done differently in the first 42 days of the presidency, the second term of Donald Trump. 615-737-9986. Plus, I failed to mention, both of our United States senators are going to be by via the telephone this afternoon.
All right.
Bill Hagerty will be here in the 4 o'clock hour. Marsha Blackburn in the 5 o'clock hour, previewing what they expect to hear tonight from the joint session of Congress. Plus, you on the phones, it's 24 after the hour. We're just getting started. It's Matt Murphy and the Matt Murphy Show on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Oh, okay.
Hey, friends, there are a lot of diagnoses out there. There's a pill for everything, and someone will tell you what's going on and what to do about it. But not all diagnoses are accurate. Not all pills are good for you. It's Matt Murphy, and I'm here to tell you that when you get a diagnosis for European auto repair, you need to get a second opinion if you don't go to Eurofix first. It's a major decision. Eurofix is the home for these types of second opinions because before you spend hundreds or even thousands of dollars on European vehicle repair, you need to go to Eurofix. It can save not only your vehicle's life, but you a lot of money. At Eurofix, you get a free 15-minute no-wrench inspection, plus an estimate at every visit, no high-pressure sales tactics. And at Eurofix, it's a 3-year nationwide warranty and a free loaner car with every repair appointment. At Eurofix, you never pay dealer prices. That's the guarantee. 5 locations: Franklin, 100 Oaks, Murfreesboro, Belmead, and the brand new location in Mount Juliet. 844-EUROFIX or visit myeurofix.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
Yeah.
Part of Tennessee is on fire, and Nashville police say they're looking for a dark-colored Toyota from a horrifying hit and run. We've got the details coming up at 3:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Indeed. There's Ken Weaver. He is live at the Nashville Palace. Matt Murphy live at the Nashville Palace as well, as we continue to broadcast leading up to the big, officially the doors open. I mean, the doors are open. Let's be honest.
Well, we got in.
I mean, we're in. I mean, look, the crowd is assembling slowly.
Yes, sir.
But surely already, early. And officially the show starts at 6, so you got plenty of time to come on down. You can get your tickets on site. Big-time wingding buffet. It's my understanding that this is a big deal buffet.
All right.
I mean, my grandfather would call this a wingding.
Yes. Sweet.
I mean, that's
you know
what we're
it's
doing.
good if it's a wing
I mean, it is a wing ding.
Yeah.
So we got the buffet coming, we got the food coming, we got all of that coming, and eventually Mason will. I know that I invited you to give me a call, but I didn't realize Mason had a couple things going on from home base. So just hold off on the calls just for a second until after the bottom of the hour news, and then we'll get to your calls after the bottom of the hour. Yeah, I just don't want you to call and think there's a busy signal and all that. So that's on me, Mason. That is all on me, brother.
It's all good. I appreciate it.
So Donald Trump has managed in 4 days to accomplish what the liberals told us on Friday he had completely screwed up. So as of Friday, after the Trump-Zelensky meeting that went off the rails because of Zelensky, as Scott Jennings on CNN said, all the man had to do was put on a tie, show up, shut up, say thank you, and sign the papers. That's it. And he couldn't manage to do it. He couldn't manage to do it without trying to nitpick the United States of America to death. To which the U.S. finally said, dude, we don't have to be here. You do. And Trump rightly noted that you can either do this with us or you can lose. Those are your options right now. You don't have a lot of cards. So with that in mind, we're going to talk about that coming up in just a moment. We'll talk about his first 42 days more holistically in office. Right now, it's 31 after the hour. It's time for news with Ken Weaver on site at the Nashville Palace on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We're watching two weather situations for Middle Tennessee. Number one is the wind advisory we're under right now. This is going to last through tomorrow. We're talking about gusts up to 50 miles per hour at times. That's enough to blow trees over onto power lines, cause sporadic outages. The other one is a line of showers and thunderstorms right now, according to radar, has made it halfway between Nashville and Jackson. So it's moving this way, but there's nothing severe in it. And in fact, for Middle Tennessee, they're not expecting this thing to go severe tonight. That's going to be more along the lines of the Tennessee-Alabama border. And looking at this radar, man, that thing is very angry down there in Jackson, Mississippi. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Evacuation orders are in effect in parts of East Tennessee right now. Tellico Plains, that's right over there in between Knoxville and Chattanooga. There is a 100-acre fire and growing. A high school in the area is being used as a place for people to go for safety. Emergency Management Agency officials said that 14 structures have been threatened, which prompted the evacuations, but none have been impacted. And that's certainly good news there in East Tennessee. Meanwhile, here in Nashville, police are looking for the driver of a pickup truck who hit, dragged, and killed a scooter rider in South Nashville. Witnesses say sparks were flying up from beneath this Toyota for about 900 feet as it dragged that scooter rider last night. This is going to be on Old Hickory Boulevard between 24 and Firestone Parkway. You see this dark-colored Toyota pickup or anything that looks like it, you are asked to call Crime Stoppers. And a new statement from President Zelensky today, just days after his disastrous Oval Office meeting with President Trump that has resulted in the White House announcing all military aid to Kyiv will be cut off. President Zelensky put out a tweet on X saying it was a regrettable situation, and now he's ready to sign a mineral deal and get started on a ceasefire whenever they can. That's the latest news. Weather is next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, here we go over on the East Loop going westbound. Police reporting a crash right after the Spring Street Ellington Parkway exit. And then Fessler's Lane at I-40. Nashville police reporting a crash there. We've got Hadley Park, 40 eastbound off-ramp to Jefferson Street. That's going to be exit 207. Right shoulder off-ramp there blocked. TDOT reporting that one. TDOT also says in Laverne, a crash is partially blocking the on-ramp from Old Hickory Boulevard to go westbound on 24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's a situation that affects about half the men at some point in their lives. It's a low energy level that's caused by a lower testosterone level. This is a naturally occurring thing in men. Tennessee Men's Clinic can assist you in getting back to those energy levels that you've wanted for some time. If you've let this drag on for time, then you've probably noticed an impact in, going to the gym, taking daily walks, doing, exercise-based activities out of doors, maybe yard work or whatnot, or sometimes it can impact intimacy in the bedroom. It is a fact of life. Well, if this is happening to you men, I would encourage you to go ahead and make the call. Let's get this beyond you by getting to the Tennessee Men's Clinic. Talk to Evan Bass and his qualified staff. They have two locations. One is in Cool Springs, and the other, their original location in Midtown. Here's the number, 615-208-9090. That's 615-208-9090. Or go online to find out more at TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. That's TennesseeMen'sClinic.com. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Matt Murphy. We're broadcasting from the Nashville Palace. Folks are already coming in advance of the big to-do tonight. We'll have the whole gang here eventually. Me, I'm already here. Chris Webber's here. Ken Weaver's here. Chris Hand is on the way. Said he'll be here sometime in the 4 o'clock hour. Chad Benson will be here. Dan Mandis, Brian Wilson, Joan Jones, and you. You can purchase tickets as you come up. You don't have to have tickets already in hand. All you've got to do is walk up, say you want to be a part of the show, and we're in the back room, the big back room. I just want to say a special thank you to our man Mason Fleming back at home base. You know, I occasionally like to play a game called Last Thing I Heard Before We Came Back from Break, where I literally tell you the last thing that I heard before we come back from break. And the last thing that I heard before we came back from break was I said to Mason, "I love you, Mason." And Mason said to me, "You're going hot."
Hey, I'm just feeding facts.
Is everything okay down there? Is everything all right?
Yeah, we're good. I'm just figuring some stuff out.
Hey, look, I'm just checking on you, man.
I appreciate it.
It's your party. We're just drinking at it. You know what I mean?
I'll cry if I want to.
Yeah. Mason might be sucking his thumb just a little bit because he didn't get invited to the party. He has to carry on duties back at home base. But one way or the other, we'll make do until 8 o'clock tonight, not till 7 o'clock. The gang will all be here at 6. Now, for those of you wondering about it, this is a completely ancillary deal to what's the real action happening at 8, right? Let's not get our priorities out of whack. The real deal is Donald J. Trump taking the floor of the United States House of Representatives and addressing the assembled Congress of the United States of America after 42 days in office. Your thoughts? Phone lines are open right now, 615-737-9986, about the first 42 days. I think my math is correct, and it's 42. We got 20. We got the 20th to the 20th. That's 30. Wait, no, my math might be wrong. Hey, Weber, do the math, would you? January 20th till now. Can you? I mean, it's 40. Is it 42?
Let's see.
Oh boy! I asked it wrong. Where's Brian Wilson? Wasn't Wilson good at math? Wasn't he? It's 42, isn't it?
43.
Is it 43? I was close.
Say 43.
Okay.
Could be 42. I don't know.
I think I screwed up because I went 20 to 20 is 30, and I don't know that that's correct. You got 44? Kirby's got 44 over there. Well, I'm not arguing, Kirby. Kirby's now yelling at me from across the room. You don't hear that? 9 and 5 is 4. All right, so, okay. Well, it's been over 40 days.
That's been a long time.
That's been, in the grand scheme of things, it feels like it's yesterday that he took the oath of office. One way or the other, I'd love to hear your grade for Donald Trump as he takes to the podium tonight. Donald Trump, in 4 days, I know how long this took him, 4 or 5 days, since Friday. So that's Friday to Saturday to Sunday to Monday, I guess 5 days. What did Donald Trump say were his objectives while he was on the campaign trail? He said 3 essential things about the war between Ukraine and Russia. 3 essential things. Number 1, one was backward-looking, one was present, and one was forward-looking. I mean, so the 3 essential things. 1, let's look back at what happened, what is happening, and what will happen. Number 1, this would have never occurred were I president of the United States of America. And it is universally agreed that Donald Trump would have taken a much more forceful approach with Vladimir Putin with regard. And by the way, history backs him up on this because Vladimir Putin didn't do boo while Donald Trump was in the White House. He screwed around with Crimea during the Barack Obama administration, did the Georgia deal earlier than that. During Donald Trump, nothing. When Joe Biden took office, suddenly he's trying to take over the rest of Ukraine, was not able to do so. So that, number 1, would not have happened had I been president. Number 2, I will handle this on day 1. Handle this on day 1. Now, none of us believed while he said that on the campaign trail that he would eliminate the fighting on the first day in office, but he would handle it on day 1 in terms of begin his foreign policy objective. 2, number 3, third point, stop the dying and stop the killing. Those 2 things go simultaneously, right? We are going to get a ceasefire and we're going to achieve a peace. that is accomplishable through negotiation. So Donald Trump, in his effort to do that, one, stopped destroying Vladimir Putin on social media platforms and in public. Now, why is that important? Well, you might think, well, Vladimir Putin deserves it. Sure he does. Vladimir Putin's an evil guy. Vladimir Putin is a dictator. No one's suggesting that Vladimir Putin's a good person. He runs his country with an iron fist. What we are suggesting is that if you want him to come to the table of negotiation, you don't accomplish that by calling him an evil dictator and everything under the sun and everything but a child of God. Joe Biden tried that for 2.5, 3 years. What did that accomplish? Nothing. And Joe Biden never bothered to reach out to him either. So Donald Trump takes a different tactic to try to stop the killing and stop the dying and eliminate the war. But in order to do that, you don't accomplish that by being nasty and mean publicly. You accomplish that by saying, come on over to the table. We're going to try to be as fair as we possibly can be. Everybody knows that you started all of this, so we're going to take that into account when we try to eliminate it, stop it, and see what we can do to that in that regard. Now, does anybody want to give Vladimir Putin anything? I don't think most of the civilized world thinks that Vladimir Putin deserves anything because he started the violence, he started the aggression from way back. Now, does that mean that he's not going to get anything? Well, what do you want to accomplish? Do you want to continue war, or do you want to accomplish peace? Now, I understand that leaves a bad taste in a lot of people's mouth, and I get it. I completely understand it. But once again, what is our objective? Our objective is to stop the Ukrainians from dying, to push Vladimir Putin out of most of the region that he has taken in the Ukraine, and then move on from there. And in doing so, Donald Trump is negotiating rare earth mineral rights with the Ukrainians. Now, that leads us all up to last week. In the aftermath of the blow-up that happened Friday of last week, we were told by mainstream media networks, which are decidedly anti-Trump, okay? The ABC, CBS, all of the alphabet soups, plus hashtag never CNN. I call it hashtag never CNN because I don't want you to watch CNN. It is a garbage network full of garbage people spewing garbage. That's what they do. I watch so you don't have to, and I report back to you. And CNN has decided everything they cover in terms of Washington, D.C., national impact, and international affairs, everything they cover is governed by one dominating principle on CNN, and that is this good or bad for Donald Trump? If it is bad for Donald Trump, if they consider it a negative for this president of the United States, they're going to elevate it in terms of their coverage. If they think that Donald Trump is doing a good job on something, they're going to diminish it. They're going to spike it. They're certainly not going to lead with it, if cover it at all, or they're going to figure out a way that it is negative for Donald Trump. Everything they do, every narrative that they create, Donald Trump is considered at the beginning of that narrative. And that is no way to cover the news. They are in a shambles because of Trump derangement syndrome. So when the White House situation happened last Friday, it was pretty clear and obvious what happened. There's one dude that came into the White House with his hat in his hand asking for something. He has no cards to play. He has no negotiation to make. He is there at the request of the White House so that we can get a rare earth minerals deal done, and we get him to the table of negotiation along with the Russians and figure out how to stop the Ukrainian people from dying. This isn't I'm going to demand this, demand that, insist on this, insist on that from Zelensky. I don't begrudge him for trying, but you sure as hell don't do it in public. And you sure don't do it when you don't have any cards to play, and you bluffed and you lost, man. I mean, anybody that's played poker understands this. Sometimes you go for it. Sometimes you go all in, and you got a 6 and an 8 offsuit. And sometimes you get your ass beat. And that's what happened to Vladimir Zelensky. Because J.D. Vance and Donald Trump, at some point, were willing to call him up and say, you need to be quiet right now because you don't hold the cards. The media decided to couch this as Trump has sided with Putin, which wasn't true. It's never been true. Trump simply wants an end to the conflict and wants to get, and I mean, with all due respect to the President of the United States, he wants credit for that. I mean, that's part of what drives him. Part of what makes Trump a great president, in my estimation, is his ego. That he wants to do great things. Every great president wants to do great things. And they want credit for it. And there's nothing wrong with that, as long as the great things are done. So Zelensky walks away, and the mainstream media for the last 3 days, they've told us that Trump's a Putin puppet and that he's on the side of Putin and that we're never going to see this deal happen and more people are going to die as a result and that Russia's been emboldened. Well, what happened today? I mean, today. Vladimir Zelensky takes to the Elon Musk-owned X machine and writes this. I would like to, now, before I get into that, what did Trump say, or what was the major frustration between J.D. Vance and Donald Trump against what Zelensky was doing? That one, he didn't seem very thankful that the United States was trying to help them, and they would like a thank you instead of an argument, right? And number two, we need to get this rare earth minerals deal done. And number three, you're not going to get security guarantees from the United States of America when those ought to be coming from Europe. They ought to be coming from the countries closest to your region. Those security guarantees are best left to Europe. The United States of America will have financial interest in that country, and so there will be a security guarantee of sorts coming with our financial interest in this rare earth minerals deal. All grown-ups understand this. So Volodymyr Zelensky says, I would like to reiterate Ukraine's commitment to peace. Oh, really? Because like yesterday you said you didn't think peace was coming for a long time. I may have added one or two extra longs. Now you're saying, hey, we got a commitment to peace. None of us wants an endless war. Ukraine is ready to come to the negotiating table as soon as possible to bring lasting peace closer. Okay. Nobody wants peace more than the Ukrainians. So he's mentioned. So a day after he said, oh, we're not going to get peace for, I don't know when, a long time. In the first, he said, commitment to peace, no endless war, ready to come to the table, lasting peace. Nobody wants peace more than us. He mentioned, and we appreciate Donald Trump's strong leadership to get that peace. He mentions peace 6 times in the first paragraph. A day after saying, we're not getting peace anytime soon. Really? Something changed his tune. Maybe it's the fact that Donald Trump pulled all his money.
And weapons.
And weapons. It's like, why don't you fight your battles without all of our stuff? And you know what? I feel like you might see our side of things when that happens. Now, these are the grown-ups talking, friends. This is not fantasy land. We're not dealing with what we would like to happen. We're dealing with what is actually happening on the ground. And Donald Trump understands how to achieve what he's trying to achieve. And he understands that if Zelensky's not going to come along with it, that's fine. You can do your own thing. You're the president of your own country. You're just going to do it without our guns and without our missiles and without our ammunition and without our money. And let's see how long that lasts for you. By my math, it lasted for about 22 hours, maybe even less than that. He went on to talk about working fast to end the war. I'll get into more of that. We'll take some of your telephone calls coming up in just a moment, see what the super text line is doing as well. It is the Matt Murphy Radio Show. We're live from the Nashville Palace, getting ready for the big event. The gang's going to start getting here in about, 45 minutes or so. Ken Weaver's already here. Chris Webber's here. Matt Murphy's here as well. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hello, friends. It's Matt Murphy, and I want to talk for a moment about J.K. Brister, Erica Brister, and the team at US Pest. They are really good at what they do, and that is eliminate bugs and pests and things that you don't want on your property or in your home, from your property in your home. They are the barrier providers when it comes to your home at US Pest. They are in the spring season already at US Pest. What does that mean? That means that as the weather gets warmer, the bugs are going to start coming back out. I mean, obviously, you have the winter bugs that you've had to deal with over that season, but now's the time for full-service pest control to get going again with stink bugs and ladybugs and ants and roaches and all of that coming out, spiders too. So I invite you to give US Pest a call. I'm going to give you the number in a moment, or go online to find out how they can serve you. And by the way, I think this special is still going on where if you change providers, if you're with somebody that you're not satisfied with and you change over to US Pest, your first visit is complimentary thanks to the crew at US Pest. Free inspections always at US Pest. Go to uspest.com or call. Here's the number, 615-590-1260. 590-1260 for our friends at US Pest.
There's a wildfire growing in East Tennessee. Evacuation orders are in place. Threats to set off bombs in downtown Nashville. And Nashville police looking for a dark-colored Toyota in a horrifying hit and run. These stories and more coming up at 4 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, we've gotten to the bottom of how many days Donald Trump has been in office for a second term as president of the United States. We put all of our heads together at Nashville Palace, and none of us could come up with the answer. Kirby said 44, right? Kirby said 43. Kirby, oh my gosh, can I get this out?
What?
Kirby was right. Ugh. Ugh. I hate it when Kirby's math is right. Normally Kirby's math is in error, but normally I hear about his math on the golf course. Hey! What'd you have, Kirby? I had a 5. Really? Man. Looked like a 7 to me, but whatever.
Is that good in golf?
It's a 5 for us. It is. I'd say a 5's good in golf for us, right? Yeah, I'd take a 5 on every hole. Anyway, we're at the Nashville Palace. Y'all come out and see us. We're here till, the official Murphy show is going to kind of, we're going to kind of conglomerate all the shows together in one big mass at 6 o'clock tonight. And we're going to add more. Like Brian Wilson's going to be back in the house. Chris Hand will be here. Chad Benson will be here. If you've never had a chance to meet Chad, he's going to be in the house. And, of course, the one and only Dan Mandis, who really appreciates hugs. He says he doesn't, but I don't know that we believe him. So y'all give him a big old hug. Lindsay's first in line on the hug front with Dan Mandis. Plus Jones plus Ken Weaver, and you. All you've got to add is yourself, and it will be a big party leading up to the presidential address tonight. 6436 writes on the Super Text line, what's up with the Mexican commercial on the streaming side?
What?
I love y'all. I just absolutely love y'all. I think it's probably a Spanish language commercial. I don't think there's a language called Mexican.
Yeah.
That's one. And two, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. But we'll throw in a little El Español on the Matt Murphy show every once in a while. Hola, amigos. El Trio Hours O to Go-O. I'll have a burrito. Back in a moment.
Four o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Still tracking these two weather situations we have going on right now, bearing down on Middle Tennessee. Right now, we've got the wind advisory. That is for wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour that can cause sporadic power outages when tree branches and entire trees fall into power lines. That's going to be a possibility through tomorrow. And then looking at radar here, I'm seeing a line of showers and thunderstorms that has now made it to the western part of Middle Tennessee and will be coming over here in about the next hour or so. And that is going to be packing a punch. However, in the form of thunderstorms, very low level risk of anything severe here in Middle Tennessee. It looks like that's going to stay to the south of us, more along the lines of the Tennessee-Alabama line, and then folks in Mississippi. There's a real angry part of that line of showers right now moving across Jackson, Mississippi. Anyway, traffic and weather coming up in 5 minutes. Right now in East Tennessee, the National Guard is now responding to the wildfires threatening some homes in the Tellico Plains area. It's going to be in between Chattanooga and Knoxville. Guardsmen will be providing 2 Black Hawk helicopters to support the firefighters on the ground. We understand that fire has grown to 100 acres. And in Middle Tennessee, Metro Police looking for the driver of a dark-colored Toyota pickup that ran over and dragged a man on an electric scooter last night. This man was coming out of a Dollar General on OHB between 24 and Firestone Parkway when that truck hit him, dragged him underneath. Witnesses said they saw sparks flying the whole way. Unfortunately, the scooter rider died, and the search is on for that Toyota driver. And a man faces terrorism charges for online threats about setting off a bomb in downtown Nashville. Channel 4 says one of the threats reads like this: within 1 to 2 weeks, I will firebomb the Fred D. Thompson Federal Building and Courthouse in downtown Nashville. Police say they traced it back to the accounts of 35-year-old Alexander F. Thompson of Brentwood, They arrested him where he works in Goodlettsville. And a new statement from President Zelensky today, just days after his disastrous Oval Office meeting with the President Trump. That has resulted in the White House announcing all military aid to Kyiv will be cut off. President Zelensky put out a tweet on X saying that it was a regrettable situation, that he's ready to sign a mineral deal and get started on a ceasefire whenever they can. And Canada's immediate response to the U.S. tariffs is a backlash on booze. You might say, hit the road, Jack Daniels. U.S. alcohol pulled off Ontario liquor store shelves. Its premier, Doug Ford, also promising to cut power to 1.5 million American homes and businesses and canceling the contract with the Elon Musk company Starlink. The border battle won't help with the egg prices. The USDA says Canada accounts for 42% of foreign eggs brought into the U.S. Pope Francis, still battling pneumonia, remains in a Rome hospital for a third week. And investigators said last week preliminary tests came back negative for carbon monoxide in Gene Hackman and his wife Betsy Arakawa's bodies. Now the New Mexico Gas Company has concluded its investigation for leaks and carbon monoxide in the home and found nothing significant. It did find one minuscule leak at a stove burner, but a non-lethal amount of gas was coming out. There were 4 other code violations that did not involve leaks or carbon monoxide. And turning to sports, the Philadelphia Eagles signing running back Saquon Barkley to a 2-year, $41.2 million extension. That deal makes Barkley the highest paid running back in NFL history. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Over on the West Loop, police reporting a crash 40 westbound at 65. Then Donaldson Pike at Lakeland Drive, and in Hadley Park, a crash right shoulder off-ramp block 40 eastbound to get to Jefferson Street. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hello, friends. Matt Murphy and the Matt Murphy Radio Show. Hour number 2 starts right now, live from the Nashville Palace. Can I get a little something? No? Y'all get excited. Come on. We're just getting underway. We got an assembled few. The faithful few are here at the Nashville Palace in anticipation of the big event that officially starts at about 6 o'clock tonight. Don't fear if you've not already gotten your tickets. You may get tickets at the door. They are a mere $40. And I know you're thinking, $40, that's a lot of money, but you get a full buffet for that $40. You get some drinks with that $40. You get a lot of entertainment. Plus, you get to see my hair shorn.
Yeah, it's going to be shorn.
Mm-hmm. Right over there. Did you see they put the stool up, Ken? That's
where it's going to happen.
The singing barber, Noah Peters, is going to have a lot to do with that.
All right.
But it is my understanding that it'll be that area or around that area on that stool or some stool like it where my hair will be cut. I do not fear a buzz cut because it's a big, big room, unless there's some unanticipated action happening between now and then. But that starts at about 6:30 tonight. The gang's coming in: Dan Mandis, Chris Hand, Chad Benson, Brian Wilson, me, Matt Murphy, Ken Weaver, Chris Weber's already here. You got Joan Jones on the way as well. It is the most complete team portrait of Super Talk 99.7 WTN that I've ever been a part of, and we appreciate all of you for making it possible. Tickets are still available at 997WTN.com, or you can pick up tickets at the door. I want to say a special thanks to Noah Peters, the singing barber, who's going to stop by. He'll do some singing, I suppose, and he'll do some hair cutting as well. Also, thank you to PaulWinkler.com. He asks you to relax about money, tells you can relax about money. Nashville Safe House is one of our sponsors tonight, largest selection of safes and vault doors in the Southeast. Tire World is a sponsor tonight. They don't put discount in their name. They put the discount in your pocket. Tim Leeper Roofing and Daily Defense. My locks for Donald Trump. You know, I've been doing locks for Trump for 367 days now. My hair was fairly short when we started. I wanted to grow my hair out, and I thought, what better way to accomplish this task than to do it in anticipation of a new president of the United States. So initially I said I would be growing my hair out until we had a new president-elect. And this was when Trump was going up against Biden. So the risk was that, somehow the Democrats steal the thing again, and Biden's still our president, and I have to grow the thing out for 4 years. And I was committed to do that. But then when Biden, how do I put this delicately? Y'all remember that debate? Remember that debate? We were at Hot Springs. Were any of y'all at Hot Springs that night during that debate where Joe Biden, how do I describe what happened to Joe Biden? Pooped the bed. That's the way. When Joe Biden pooped the bed on the night of the big debate between himself and Donald Trump, we were at Hot Springs, and I couldn't believe it. I remember I was standing next to Cameron Smith. We had just gotten off stage. The debate had just started. It was 5 minutes in, and Cameron Smith was standing to my left, and I looked at him, and I thought, is this actually happening? Because Joe Biden couldn't give a cogent answer to anything. Anyway, so then Kamala Harris has to take his place because the Democrats are scrambling, and they realize that this guy that they've been shielding from the world is so mentally infirm that they can't shield it from the world any longer. And so my hair was, technically at that point I knew that we'd have a new president. And so some said I could cut it then, and I said, no, I'm not doing that. I'm waiting until November 5th. And then November 5th came and went, and I said, you know what, I want to celebrate the president with my long locks. And tonight we will cut in honor of our president, our 47th president of the United States. Thank you to Daily Defense for sponsoring that event, Discover Optimal Health, and with Daily Defense, their premier nutritional supplements available at Daily Defense. Matt Murphy, please tell Ken Weaver, Susan has written in, Ken.
Yeah.
And she wants me to tell you something.
Okay.
Would you please tell Ken Weaver that he's doing a great job?
Thank you, Susan.
I agree with that.
I appreciate it, Susan.
I agree with that, and apparently nobody else in the building. Just me. There's one. Patrick says it would have been $40 well spent, in our opinion. Well, I hate that you're missing us tonight, Patrick. You can still get on down. Myself and the entire family came down with the flu. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, Patrick. Don't come near here. I've changed my opinion. I mean, you know what I'm saying? If you got the flu, no, don't be that kind of warrior. 6204 says, how many tickets would I have to buy in order to get Matt Murphy bald?
Well, it'd have to fill this place up.
I think we're around 200, so you'd need about 500.
About 500 more tickets.
So 6204. Golly, I want to say I'm a little nervous because I don't know who I'm talking to.
Yeah.
I want to say, how big a boy are you?
Well,
But I don't.
They could have a whole bunch of money and just go ahead and.
That's what I'm worried about.
It could be Keith Urban who heard you talking about his gate he wanted to put into that studio
Well,
behind
I mean,
us.
come on, Keith. Can't have a gate on the street. Did y'all hear about that? Keith Urban wanted to gate the street. And the city was like, no, you can't gate the street, Keith. I mean, he bought a building. I mean, God love you, Keith, if you're listening. We appreciate you. We appreciate you. I mean, you have elevated the community just by your mere presence. And you washed that building next door, and you put up a brand new gate, but not where you wanted it. You know, Keith wanted to put a gate in the street. And they were like, no, you can't do that. Did Dan Mandis manage to get a larger table for the event? Yes, believe it or not. Actually, it's New Suit, not Dan Mandis, but New Suit got us a double-sized table for the event. There are 6 full chairs here and more to be had. So you can see those when you get down here. All right, so what to expect from the State of the Union tonight? I want to finish up on the conversation we were having just before the top of the hour. And I want to do so, Mason, with Malika, who's been holding on. She wants to give a grade for Donald Trump. We were discussing Donald Trump's action last week into this week on the Ukrainian situation, which is just one aspect of what he's managed to do in 43 days in office. Malika's on with us on the Matt Murphy Show. Hello, Malika. How are you?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. First of all, thoughts and prayers are with the people in East Tennessee. And second of all, Trump did amazing for now, and he will keep doing it. When he says, I'm going to do something, I promise, and he just does it. Hey, he doesn't wait a day. He doesn't say, well, we'll see, or doesn't say anything. He stops the illegal immigration. He just does everything. So keep going, Trump. God bless you. God bless America, and thanks for taking my call, guys.
That sounds like an A. Right, Malika?
Yes, it does.
It sounds like an A.
Yes,
Well,
sir.
no, that's no. Oh, well, thank you for the call, and 100%. Yes, Donald Trump has managed to. You know, some would suggest, and this is his policy regarding our economy and the nature of the deregulation that needs to happen has not gotten the attention that it deserves because so much else is getting the attention. I mean, I would if I were to rank it, I would say that Doge and Elon Musk's presence in the Trump administration has gotten the most attention in the first 43 days, obviously. Ukraine and Russia and our relationship with that conflict and our ability to try to overcome it is probably third on the list. Number 2 would be our immigration. Tom Homan, the security at the southern border, our ability to round up those criminal wrongdoers and send them back to their countries of origin, negotiating some of those agreements between some of those countries, which it's so funny. I mean, the media becomes almost childlike in their analysis when it comes to Donald Trump. Because Trump says, hey, we're going to round up these people that are breaking our laws. I mean, obviously, they've broken the law to get to the United States. Now they're breaking the laws in the United States of America. In some cases, literally killing Americans. Laken Riley's family will be at the joint session of Congress tonight as Donald Trump delivers his remarks. He will no doubt offer some thoughts and prayers to the Riley family. So, I mean, she became something of a face of illegal alien activity in the United States of America, criminal activity. And it's so funny. Trump says, we're going to round these people up, we're going to focus on the criminal aliens, and we're going to send them home. And the media's like, well, what if the other countries don't take them? What are you going to do then? And obviously, Donald Trump, being the master negotiator he is, says, well, look, there are ways to press this balloon to achieve on the other side of it what we want to achieve. We can pop that balloon if we need be. So Venezuela or Argentina or Guatemala or Mexico, you have trade agreements with the United States of America. The United States of America offers you foreign assistance. Do you want to continue those trade agreements? Do you want to continue that foreign assistance, or don't you? Because if you don't want to continue it, fine. Refuse your criminal aliens back into your country. Otherwise, let's go. Did you see what happened with Colombia? Colombia talked big for about 4 hours and then turned it right around when Donald Trump said, okay, if you want to talk big, we can take some action behind those words, and we can make you eat those words. Let's go back to the telephones and talk with Mike, who is calling from Old Hickory. Hello, Mike. How are you?
How you doing, Matt?
Good.
Are you having a good time down there?
Man, we're having a great time. Hey, you know who just got in the house, Mike?
Yep. Guess what?
Mike doesn't care.
Storm's coming.
Mike
Big
doesn't
time.
care.
Well, I do care. Who?
Do you know who just walked into the house? Yes, Mike.
Who?
Just take a wild stab.
You?
No, not me. I've been here, Mike. Show starts at 3, Mike. Chris Hand. Chris Hand just walked in, Mike. That's all. Chris Hand, everybody.
That's Brother Hand.
Yeah.
I was just messing around with you, Mike.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, just hope you're going to be safe down there because a big weather system's coming through tonight about 7 o'clock. So watch out down there.
Yeah. Ken's been talking about that, and it looks like, there was some chatter, Mike, about that being, a tornadic event, but I think they toned that down just a little bit, according to Mr. Weaver next to me.
Well, you can't rule it out.
Can't rule it out, but we should be all right, Mike, but we'll take good care and good cover if need be.
Good. Now I want to ask you a question. This is going to be a huge event tonight during the president's address. And we're going to have Democrats going to scream, holler, and we're hearing they're going to throw eggs at them. They're going to sneak in eggs, whatever. They're going to do whatever they're going to do, stupidly. And so I hope they do it. But what I want to ask you, the Attorney General today, Pam Bondi, just admitted she got snookered by the deep state, and she's investigating this. And you ran this story last week about Epstein and about Kennedy. I don't care about Kennedy. He died 70 years ago. So I don't want to open up an Abraham Lincoln who assassinated him type thing. But we have live people today that Pam Bondi's trying to get hold of. And Epstein is part of this island that you know about. And it's been reported, but then has been buried under the Biden administration. And she admitted on Fox Business that she got snookered by the deep state. And so we have an attorney general now that we know the deep state still exists deeply.
Well, I mean, I don't know that anybody doubted that, Mike.
Okay, and so
what is the deep state? The deep state is another word for that is the bureaucracy, right? I mean, that the bureaucratic state has gotten so large that it believes that it exists extracurricular to the Constitution. And when that happens, that is when it becomes bureaucracy in and of itself is not a bad word, Mike, but when it becomes a negative is when it believes that it exists exterior to the levels of elected government.
And I agree with that.
Yeah.
And here's the problem, though, is that Attorney General Pam Bondi got elected and approved. The Democrats hate her because she's doing this stuff. She's trying to get down to the deep, dirty stuff. Donald Trump's got 4 years left. He doesn't have to run for re-election. That's why he's pushing all this stuff fast and hard, because he knows I don't have to run.
Well, and you don't have any, no. Let me speak on a couple of points that you make, Mike. And thank you for the call. I appreciate you out in Old Hickory, and I'll talk to you again soon. Thank you. So let me talk about a couple of those things. One, I was deeply disappointed with Pam Bondi in as much as I think she allowed her mouth to get ahead of her hiney, so to speak, last week. So she talked a big game. She talked up all of these things that we were going to find out, and it turned out to be a lot of nothing. And I think she gave a little too much faith in some of those entities that you just described, specifically the Southern District of New York. I'm going to continue to have faith that Bondi and Kash Patel, as they get their feet and their sea legs underneath them, they're going to get to the bottom of that. I think they've already gone a long way to do that. She said that she got a, quote, truckload of material from the Southern District of New York delivered to the FBI headquarters. And so as they go through that, we expect that we're going to see more out of that. I'll tell you what, we're going to talk to Derek and Jeff, but before we do, after we take a break, we're going to talk to our man Hand, maybe get some analysis on that from him, talk about being at Nashville Palace, the big event tonight, what we expect out of the speech. Matt Murphy's with you. Ken Weaver's here. Chris Hand's just shown up. Dan Mandis is on the way. Chad Benson on the way. Brian Wilson on the way. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, here's what I know, and I've learned this from our man Shane Ring at Cover Nash, right? So you need to ask yourself 2 questions when it comes to your health insurance, first and foremost. Number 1, are you getting the health insurance that you want? Are you getting the coverage that you want? And if you don't know the answer to that, or if the answer is no, you need to call Shane Ring and Cover Nash and go sit down with him in his office in Brentwood. Number 2, if you answer yes to that first question, second question is, are you paying too much? And do you know if you're paying too much? If you don't know the answer to that, once again, call our man Shane Ring and Cover Nash, because he covers all of the insurance programs that are available all across the United States of America. He can sit down with you, comparison shop, find out what you need individually for you or your family, and then he can put that into the system and come out with a better deal at a less expensive cost to you at Cover Nash. That's what it's all about, folks, is getting you maximum coverage for the least amount of money. Go to covernash.com for more information. That's covernash.com, or call Shane Ring directly at 615-465-0023. 465-0023 for Shane Ring and Cover Nash.
Weather can change in an instant, and you need to be prepared for any outcome. That's why Generator Supercenter of Nashville will help keep your family safe and connected. We make buying a backup generator simple and easy, with financing options available, free in-home estimate, turnkey installations, no worry warranty, and most importantly, the monitoring and service of your fully installed generator. Come see us at our location in Nashville or visit us online. Generator Supercenter of Nashville. We serve all Middle Tennessee.
Hey, friends, Matt Murphy for Genesis Diamonds. And friends, Genesis Diamonds is a mind-blowing display of incredible sparkling jewelry. I'm looking out over Nashville Palace, and I see a lot of ladies out there. And I guarantee you, if these ladies have men with them, or if they're men listening and you have a lady in your life, she loves something sparkly, odds on. That she does. And you can see incredible amounts, dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens upon dozens of diamonds at Genesis Diamonds in a vast array of sizes and shapes and color grades, and at a price point for your budget as well. And guys, I understand, look, I don't know anything about jewelry. I don't know anything about jewelry stores, but I know this. When you go into Genesis Diamonds, they offer you a beverage. You can walk around. You can ask a lot of questions. They will lead you by your hand and feed you baby birds when it comes to diamond buying. That's the wonderful experience that you'll get at Genesis Diamonds. 2 locations, Green Hills and Cool Springs. Genesis Diamonds, they're a true direct diamond importer. That means they cut out the middleman, and you don't have to pay those middleman markups. Go to Genesis Diamonds, once again, Green Hills and Cool Springs. Tell them Matt Murphy sent you.
Right to Die is dead in Tennessee for now. This story and more coming up at 4:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you much. Ken Weaver live on stage at the Nashville Palace. How about that? He's doing a great job, isn't he?
Crushing it.
Crushing it. I think so.
Thank y'all.
I think so. And then there's the man to my right. You're kind of to my right anyway.
Yeah. I'm a little bit further right than you.
In all things. In all things. There's Chris Hand in the house.
Hello. What's up? I'm excited to be here.
Yes, sir.
I miss seeing you in the
in
the afternoon.
I know. We spent so long. We spent a lot of our time doing the cross and listening to one another and seeing one another. Now, obviously, we love Chad Benson, but I don't get to see you as much.
No, I don't. Show sounds great, by the way, man. You're rocking in the afternoons. I know nobody's supposed to say this on the air, but I saw the ratings. Murphy's doing gangbusters, just for the record.
That's the way to go, brother Murphy.
Let the record show that this guy's crushing.
Everybody's crushing it. That's the big thing. Everybody's crushing it. Dan's crushing it. Chris is crushing it. Chad's crushing it. Matt's crushing it. Everybody's crushing it. Ken's crushing it.
Trump's crushing it.
Trump is crushing it. You know what? One of the things that I think one of the after effects from Washington D.C. The reason we're crushing it. Because the people are crushing it. The people are believing again.
Yes.
They're listening again. They're engaged again. I think, we went through 4 years, and I was a part of this in 2020, in the aftermath of the 2020 election cycle in 2021, right? Where there was a lot of disillusionment, and I was a part of that disillusionment.
Yeah, I was like, I don't. Why.
And leading up to the election last November, you and I talked about this. Like, what happens if they manage to finagle their way into another victory? We'll put it that way. Swipe another victory. I don't know what would happen.
It made me nervous to think about what might happen.
And now I think people believe again. They believe in the power of America again. America is in a leadership position. And sometimes being a leader is a matter of being a father figure to some of these other countries. And we saw that in spades last week at the White House, brother.
How awesome was that? I know you watched the whole thing.
I did.
It reminded me of like my 10-year-old when I say we're not getting McDonald's on the way home, just like in the back seat, just silently rolling her eyes throughout the entire thing.
No, I loved it. And you know what? Dad and, call him Uncle JD, they sat there and they waited and they waited and they let it go by and they let it go by. And then when Dad said, JD, you want to say anything? And JD kind of threw some truth down to Zelensky. And Zelensky wanted to clap back. And the moment, y'all go back and watch. The moment dude said, oh, it's coming across the ocean to you.
Yeah.
Trump went from orange Trump to red Trump, and it was over.
Yes.
It was over. It's like you're not telling us a damn thing about what we feel and think.
The best memes were JD throwing the knife hand. Shout out to the Marines.
Right, sure.
And then Trump throwing the soprano fingers.
I love it. All right, let's get to the news. We'll get to a few of your telephone calls. We are live from the Nashville Palace. Hands in the house. Matt Murphy here. The rest of the crew on the way. It's Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Let's go.
I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Checking our radar here. We've got rain starting to fall in Middle Tennessee. Right now it is along and west of 65 coming this way. But the good news is there is nothing severe in it. There are some parts that, packing a pretty good punch, but nothing severe. And in fact, that's probably going to be the case tonight in Middle Tennessee. We are going to get these thunderstorms, but very low level risk for anything severe. That's going to be more along the Alabama and Tennessee line. Mississippi, man, they had an angry-looking band of showers moving through there just about half an hour ago. So we're keeping an eye on that. But we've also got the wind advisory for gusts up to 50 miles per hour at times. That's enough to bring down power lines if trees get entangled in them. So that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on through tomorrow, actually, this wind advisory. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Parts of Tennessee are on fire. Right now, the big one is in East Tennessee, Monroe County, between Chattanooga and Knoxville. Crews battling a brush fire that quickly grew to 100 acres, prompting the evacuation of about 14 homes. A high school gymnasium there in Tellico Plains being set up to take in some folks there. National Guard Black Hawk helicopters dropping some retardant on the fire, helping out the crews on the ground. Now, closer to Nashville, members from several fire departments are working to contain a wildfire sparking this afternoon in White County. It was reported in the Cash Dollar Cove area behind the White County Recreation Complex. County's Emergency Management Office added that there are no evacuations required right now in White County. Over at the state capitol, Right to Die is dead. The effort by Nashville Democrat State Rep Bob Freeman would have created a specific process for an adult with a terminal illness to request medication to facilitate their own death in a humane and dignified manner, but lawmakers said we're not going to do that. And Metro Police are looking for the driver of a dark-colored Toyota pickup they say ran over and dragged a man 900 feet. This man was on an electric scooter last night on OHP in between 24 and I believe it was Fire Spark Lane. Witnesses said the man and the scooter were under the pickup. It kept going. Sparks were flying up, and then the man died. The Toyota pickup kept on going. And a man faces terrorism charges for online threats about setting off a bomb in downtown Nashville. Channel 4 says one of the threats reads like this: within 1 to 2 weeks, I will firebomb the Fred D. Thompson Federal Building and Courthouse in downtown Nashville. Police say they tracked that back to the account of 35-year-old Alexander F. Thompson of Brentwood. They arrested him where he works in Goodlettsville. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, Bellevue got a crash reported by police. This is going to be 40 westbound right there at exit 196. In Berry Hill, police reporting a crash 65 northbound right after I-440. I-40 westbound on the West Loop. Got a crash right there at 65 West. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, I'd be willing to bet that a lot of you fellas, particularly you fellas, but maybe some of you ladies too, but for the fellas in the listening audience, I bet a lot of you go to sleep every night and have sleep apnea, but you don't recognize it. If you snore, if you don't feel like you're getting a complete night's sleep, if you wake up in the night and you wake up in starts and fits, odds are you've got sleep apnea. I would encourage you to talk to Dr. Stephen Poss and Dr. Brian McLaughlin at the Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solutions Center. I know I did. When I first started talking about Dr. Poss and the Sleep Apnea Center, I did not realize I had sleep apnea, but in my discussions with Dr. Poss about what he does, he said, Murphy, you kind of sound like you do. I took a sleep test, I do, and now I have the FDA-approved oral device that goes in your mouth. It's very similar to a retainer or a mouth guard. You don't notice it after a night or two, and you sleep better. It gently holds your jaw forward, you breathe better, you sleep through the night, you have more energy in the morning, and you don't snore if you are a snorer. For you ladies in the audience, if your snorer bothers you in the night, this can help. 2 locations, Brentwood and Murfreesboro. Go to drposs.com. That's drposs.com for more information. It's the Sleep Apnea and TMJ Solution Center. 3064 on the old super text line writes a very interesting question that I'm going to answer in just a moment. By the way, my name is Matt Murphy. I am joined on a big old stage alongside Ken Weaver to my left. That's not a political thing. He's just literally to my left. To my right, that is a political thing, is Chris Hand.
What's up?
We are on stage at the Nashville Palace, and already folks are here. Hello.
Yes, sir.
How are y'all? Y'all can yell out to the crowd.
We got a good-looking crowd.
What's going on,
Yes,
guys?
sir.
Yeah. And it's going to get better and better and better as the evening goes on. Doors officially open at 6, and we've got the early birds stopping in. We've got a buffet on the way. That's going to be awesome.
Big hype for the buffet.
Oh man. I've heard good things.
Me too.
I've heard that it's going to be a wingding.
Ooh.
That's what I was telling
Let's
Kim.
go.
Wingding, that's a big deal. But 3064 writes, can a person pay $40 at the door tonight?
It's a good question.
100% you can pay $40 at the door tonight.
What are they driving, and I'll meet them out front.
Well, that's what I was thinking. And then I'll meet you personally at the door tonight. We'll get you in. Don't you worry about that. So absolutely, if you didn't know what your schedule was going to be and you don't want to buy a ticket and not use it, and you are available tonight, come on out. We're here now. You can come out at 6. You can come out anytime you get here. The buffet will be set up a little bit later on, and we're all building up to the big speech tonight. 43 days in. It feels like longer than that only because so much has been done.
It's been nuts. We've been drinking through a fire hose.
Yes, crazy. So would you my top 3 in terms of attention to the details of these matters has been Doge, immigration, and Ukraine-Russia.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, there's a lot of other things that have been going on behind the scenes, but those are the big 3.
Yes.
And I think that's the proper order.
I think you could flip-flop immigration and Russia, Ukraine.
Yeah, sure.
I think you could flip-flop those, but I mean, I think you could argue in either way, for sure. But Doge has been unbelievable.
Well, it's amazing how Donald Trump has managed. The first time I heard it described as an 80-20 issue was Scott Jennings on CNN, and he might not have been the one to coin the phrase, and if not, I apologize to whoever did, but it was the first I heard of it. That Donald Trump takes these 80-20 issues, and what he means by that, obviously, is that 80% of the country is on one side of the issue, 20% maybe, if that, is on the other side of the issue, and Trump takes these issues, presents them front and center for the American people, offers a solution to the American people, and the Democrats and their minions in the media just automatically run to the 20%.
They take the bait every time.
Every time.
It's like, listen, we're going to give $12 billion for submarines and produce no new submarines. Democrats argue that that's a good idea.
Right.
How does that expand the base?
Or a great example is what just happened on the floor of the United States Senate, which we hopefully will speak with Senator Marsha Blackburn about at 5:05 this afternoon, and that is every Democrat in the United States Senate, in the United States Congress, voted in favor of allowing biological males to take over women's sports.
And you could argue that about 10 of those Democrat senators could lose their seat.
Hopefully. I mean, what's his name over in Georgia? I always forget his name. Eismanoff or whatever his name is. Ossoff.
Yep.
Who I've been in a room with this dude, and he's not exactly the type of leader that you would want in a United States senator. Let's put it that way. A little limp noodle.
Well,
intellectually speaking.
Bit of a soft handshake.
Little soft handshake. Yeah, sure. So I mean, it's amazing. They refuse to or cannot manage to read the country in terms of where they are on these issues.
It's like they've doubled down on insanity and say, no, we're going to keep going further left.
I know, and look, I'm here for the ride. Because the American people, I think a lot of the squishy middle, you and I are always going to be on the side, I think, of common sense and rational thought and conservative governance and these types of things. I think there's a middle ground in America that maybe don't pay attention as much as we do. They're just trying to live their lives. They're just trying to, feed their families. They just want a better economy. They want their daughters to be able to go to volleyball practice without some dude spiking in their face. And
shouldn't be a big ask. Shouldn't be a big ask.
The left continues to hand conservatives in America those political victories.
And it's the party when you see them moving someone like Jasmine Crockett to the face of the organization. The party is doubling down on insanity, but the leftist media is doubling down on insanity too. Mm-hmm. Did you see what Hassan Piker did on his podcast?
No.
So he's the nephew of Cenk Uygur, who's with the Young Turks. He went on his podcast and he said, we should kill Rick Scott because he's the most corrupt politician there is. And I'm thinking to myself, if you slow down a second, you have a Republican Party that when you say the word corruption, our ears perk up and we're willing to listen depending on, it doesn't matter whose party they're in. I would gladly listen to a Democrat explain to me why Rick Scott is corrupt. But you jump the shark when you say, you know what the most reasonable thing to do would be?
Right.
Luigi Mangione, this guy.
It's insanity. I mean, right, it's as if you're so desperate to get your nose above the waterline, you're so desperate to be heard above the rabble that you say them, you think, and sadly, I think social media has taught, I mean, maybe sadly or maybe for the better, that social media has taught people this, that if you say the crazier thing, then you'll get the most attention.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't work when you start talking about killing people.
No, it doesn't. But they seem to keep going to that direction and celebrating it.
Let me get back to the phones real quick. 45 after the hour, 15 until 5 o'clock. Jeff is in the borough. I got two boroughites on the stage with me, Jeff. What's going on, brother?
How you doing? I just want to say three things. You were talking about Lake and Riley earlier. When the election last year, I forget when it was, but her dad was on a national program. I forget what network it was. Was a one-on-one interview, and he was talking about politics in general, but Biden and Trump especially. That he was tired of her death being politicized. Period. That's what he said. But that he meant both Biden and Trump, not just Trump, Biden too. Number two, these tariffs, they've already said, the national chain has already said they will have to raise fruits and vegetable prices next week. So when the prices keep going up and up and up, babe, and they're going to go up and up, because the eggs, it's not going to come down. They're going to go up 24% to the end of this year. There was a story I saw here a while back that they went to an S restaurant.
Jeff, if you want people to understand you got to calm down and slow down.
No, what I'm saying is...
It's okay, Jeff, don't worry. I'm going to give you enough time. Just calm down, slow down, so we can understand what you're saying, as nonsensical as it might be.
Well, when you shave your head tonight, you and that bald-headed newsboy shave his beard, and it'll become the 51st state.
Ken Weaver just catching strays.
You don't do no work today. You don't do any
You
work
caught
like
a rando out of Jeff. Oh, that's great, Jeff.
And it won't make you look any better either when you're bald.
Jeff, you won't lose the crowd taking pot shots at me. Because I deserve
I know, 'cause they hate
when
you.
you start taking pot shots at Weaver, that's when you're going to lose the crowd.
Well, I'm sorry, he's a bald-headed
they like it.
Shave that beard.
It's funny.
You have a good day, son.
Hey, you have a great day too, Jeff. Thank you.
You know, that kind of goes back to my point about Hassan Piker. Like, we're willing to listen, we're willing to have conversations, but people are just insane.
Right.
They're just insane.
When you jump down my throat, that's one thing. I deserve it. But when you go after Weaver's beard, my goodness.
It's tough. It's been around since 1992.
Like your beard can take it.
Yes, sir.
Matthias is in Hendersonville. Hello, Matthias. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, sir? I'm doing all right. I'm calling in regards to the egg prices that there are people complaining about. You know, why not look back at history a little bit, 1950s, and we had rationing during that time. Why don't we subsidize citizens to have chickens in their yards? You know what I mean? Everyone's got a backyard. You can have chickens in there. Why?
Amen.
Egg prices are a symptom of a bigger issue where I think just American agriculture is controlled by big corporations and not by the community.
Have you ever been to a big chicken farm, Matthias?
I'll tell you what, I've driven past Shelbyville, and when you see those chicken trucks, those chickens do not look appetizing.
Look, I choose not to think about it when I crack my eggs in the morning, but I've been inside of those chicken plants, and I would not encourage anyone that enjoys either eggs or chicken to go inside of one. It is not pretty. But one thing that it will make you consider, and that is raising your own chickens and raising your own eggs and getting your own eggs out of the chickens. Because it's not pretty, no, we lived in a different time. I remember growing up, and thank you, Matthias, for the call. When I grew up, and I'm not that old. I mean, I'm old, but I'm not that old. 51. My grandfather rented. He had about an acre of property in Thompson, Georgia. No P in Thompson, Thomson. But we rented about an acre of property from a fellow that my grandpa did work with, and my granddad made his own tractor. And when I say made his own tractor, I'm talking about he welded a tractor together, and he could tell you, I can't do it, but he could tell you like the year of the Plymouth transmission that went into it, the type of engine that was in it. It had a big 5-gallon bucket on the top that gravity fed the gas into the tractor. I mean, he welded the tractor together, right? And we used that tractor to farm, and we made, I don't remember my grandmother buying vegetables from the store. I just don't remember it when I was a kid because we didn't do it. The meat came from deer and turkey and duck and dove and the type of hunting that we would do. And I understand that that's a very rural way to live, but there was a lot more self-reliance back in the day, even in the early 1980s, than there is today. And I think the egg issue and the fact that we have decided as a nation that the best possible outcome to a bird flu epidemic is to kill the birds that have nothing to do with the bird flu. Is that right? I mean, it's the ducks and the geese. It's the flying animals that actually are transporting bird flu from place to place. Instead, we decided to kill all the chickens that are in their little chicken coops. Would you have chickens?
I would love to have chickens. I would sign up for that in a heartbeat.
What about Virginia? Would Virginia love to have chickens?
Yes, she would love to have chickens as well.
Let's go.
I got a little pesky HOA that's...
oh, come on.
I know.
You've got a 100,000-watt radio station. You can handle HOA Karen, my friend.
Like, how many chickens would you need, to support a family of 4, with eggs?
6.
I mean, just one egg? One chicken?
Well, the chickens during the it's my understanding, and some people could call me with better information, but it's my understanding that chickens will lay through the winter, but not normally. They kind of go dormant during the wintertime when it gets cold.
Yeah.
But they're typically laying all throughout the summer, and they're going to lay roughly an egg a day.
Well,
so
Darby says 5 chickens, 5 eggs a day.
That's plenty of eggs a day, right?
That's a lot of eggs.
That's a lot of eggs.
Well, some of my family members would have to do without because I eat 2 eggs
a day. Yeah. Oh, well, I'm just telling you. 5 a day. That's, 7 days a week. That's 35 eggs a week. Yeah. That's 3 dozen eggs a week. I think you'd be all right.
Yeah.
And they don't eat that much.
Yeah, the chickens don't.
No,
I wouldn't think anyway.
You have to protect them from, critters and foxes and raccoons want to come in and get the eggs too, I think.
Fat wiener dogs.
Yeah, you got to keep little Fritz away from those chickens, but other than that.
Maybe a Haitian. What?
I don't know how y'all are rolling down there in Murfreesboro. I'm staying out of it. Haitian problem. I'm worried about coyotes. Y'all worried about Haitians. It's 52 after the hour. On that note, quick timeout. We'll be back in a moment. Matt Murphy, Chris Hand, Ken Weaver currently on stage. We got Dan Mandis on the way. We got Chad Benson on the way. We got Brian Wilson on the way. Coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy, and I want to spend a moment talking about your health with regard to your doctor, right? I'm not here to tell you that you're doing it wrong if you're going to the standard traditional primary care physician, but here's what I know. At Grace Point Healthcare, I went down and sat with Dr. Rob and met with the incredible staff of Grace Point Healthcare, and I'd heard about them for a while, and I did not realize truly how they are modern medicine delivered the old-fashioned way. And what that means is they don't believe in making you wait for an appointment. If you're sick, you're sick. You deserve to get into the doctor. They're going to make sure that you do, same day or next day, even for brand new patients, by the way. Number 2, they are a direct pay system, and they'll talk you through this and walk through all of that with you. This means that they can provide more affordable treatment for you, and your consultation is with your doctor, not with your doctor and your insurance company and the pharmaceutical companies and all of that. It's you and your doctor, and that's it. And he's going to make decisions that are best for you and your long-term health, not what's best for the insurance company and not what's best for the pharmaceutical industry. So I invite you to call. For brand new patients, you can get in tomorrow and ask them about their Smart Care plan where you pay $69 a month and you have unlimited office visits all year long. Modern medicine the old-fashioned way, 599-6868. That's 599-6868. Call today. Hey, friends, Matt Murphy, you know, I told you the time of year would come when it's getting a little warmer in the afternoon, and as it gets warmer, you might want to turn that AC on. Well, are you turning it on and smelling that smell? I hope you're not, because that is dust and dander and settlement that has gone onto the coils of that unit, and it's coming out into the vents, and it's affecting you and your family. Could affect your health. What I want you to do is call Jeff Eddy, an Efficient Heating and Cooling. If your AC is not ready, call Jeff Eddy. See what I did there? Efficient Heating and Cooling can come out, and for $125 or less, more on that in a moment, they will give your AC a complete once-over, make sure that everything's running as it should, make sure that it's nice and clean, healthy for the family, and operational for the season. Now, $125, that's the top end, and that's no matter how many units you have at your residence. They often charge much less than that at Jeff Eddy's Efficient Heating and Cooling. Secondarily, they offer financing on your next unit. And if it's time to change, Elite Pro partner with Rheem. They can recommend a good unit for you and your family. EfficientHVAC.net or call 615-784-4424, 784-4424 for Efficient.
A good thing we got this rain coming through because parts of Tennessee are on fire. Nashville police looking for a dark-colored Toyota in a horrifying hit and run. And there's a warning from the U.S. Embassy in Somalia to Americans. We'll get you the latest on that coming up at 5 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you much, Mr. Ken Weaver. We are live at the Nashville Palace. Folks are starting to assemble for the big event tonight. It is an evening with Super Talk 99.7 WTN. More WTN folk assembled than at any time since I've been here. Ken Weaver's on the stage with us. My name is Matt Murphy. We've got Chris Hand in the house. I saw the lengthy one, Brian Wilson, somewhere out and about. He's in the house as well. No sighting of Dan Mandis or Chad Benson as of yet, but we'll get to those guys. And Joan Jones is going to be here as well. Chris Weber's here. I mean, so we got the entire crew out and about, and we're excited to see you later on tonight. If you've not gotten tickets to the Nashville Palace event, I mean, here's the deal. We're going to have fun. We're going to have food. We're going to have fellowship. We're going to have some drinks. And we all are pushing toward 8 o'clock tonight when Donald Trump addresses the United States of America in a joint session of Congress. We're very excited about that. We're soon to hit the top of the hour, 5 o'clock, hopefully talking with Senator Marsha Blackburn coming up after that. Right now it's time for news with Ken Weaver on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 5 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. It is raining. About, half of Nashville's getting rain. It's split right down 65. Anything along the west of 65 is getting rain. Everybody's still dry east of 65 for the time being. I can tell you all the active stuff with this is down in Alabama and Mississippi. Man, it is really angry down there in Mississippi. And in fact, New Orleans, Mardi Gras is about to get hammered down there. That's where the highest risk of tornadoes are tonight. Going to be south of the Alabama-Tennessee line. Now, we're not completely out of the woods here in Middle Tennessee. We're under a level 1 out of 5 risk for severe weather with these storms tonight, but that's very low. And we also have this wind advisory. That's going to be hanging around until tomorrow. We're expecting, even whenever it's not storming, gusts up to 50 miles per hour in some places. And so you've got NES crews, pretty much electrical crews around Middle Tennessee getting prepared for sporadic power outages because of that. Got the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Had a news alert here moments ago that the U.S. Embassy in Somalia has put out a warning to Americans there that there is, quote, imminent threat of attacks. They did not provide details about the potential attacks, but the embassy there in Mogadishu says it is tracking threats against multiple locations, including the international airport there, and all embassy personnel have been told to cancel any movement, according to the warning posted on the embassy's website. Now, here in Tennessee, we've got some wildfire issues, especially in East Tennessee between Knoxville and Chattanooga. Evacuation orders in effect as crews battle wildfires in the Tellico Plains area. Channel 6 there in Knoxville says there's a 100-acre blaze and growing, a high school there in Tellico Plains. The gymnasium is being used as a place for people to go. At least 14 families had to be evacuated. Closer to Nashville, we have fire crews from multiple agencies battling a brush fire in White County, but no evacuations are necessary. That fire was reported in the Cash Dollar Cove area behind the White County Recreation Complex. Here in Nashville last night, police say a truck hit, dragged, and killed an electric scooter rider. Detectives looking for the driver of that dark-colored Toyota Tacoma. Citywide search is underway. Witnesses just describe a horrifying scene with that poor man on that scooter ending up underneath the Toyota pickup, dragged him for about 900 feet, sparks flying up the whole time. The man died, and then the Toyota took off. Metro Police looking for that Toyota, dark-colored. Right now, ahead of President Trump's address to a joint session of Congress tonight, where the president is expected to lay out his agenda on the economy and foreign policy. Wall Street ending down again due to the new trade war. The U.S. moving forward with tariffs on imported goods from Mexico and Canada, also China. Canada, Mexico, and the U.S. share supply chains when it comes to cars, so it looks like cars could get more expensive. They're talking about anywhere from $1,500 to $3,000 if these tariffs stay in place. Ukraine President Zelensky seems to be coming around. He's ready to sign a minerals deal, he says. Also a limited truce after President Trump dressed him down in the Oval Office on a Friday. Pope Francis still battling pneumonia and remains in a Rome hospital for a third week. The Vatican said today the Pope has not had any new respiratory episodes since yesterday, but is still having to sleep with a ventilator. And investigators in Santa Fe, New Mexico, trying to determine what killed Oscar-winning actor Gene Hackman, his wife, and their dog in their home. There is some new information in the search for carbon monoxide in their home. Investigators said last week preliminary tests came back negative for carbon monoxide in their bodies. Now the New Mexico Gas Company has concluded its investigation for leaks in carbon monoxide in the Hackman home and found nothing significant. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
He's running the TV.
All right, Murfreesboro got a crash. Where else? 24 eastbound near New Salem Highway. Here in Belmont, we've got 440 eastbound after Hillsborough Pike and 21st Avenue. Berry Hill, police reporting a crash, right shoulder block, 65 northbound right after 440. Over on the West Loop, 40 westbound at 65. And then in Bellevue, an accident, left lane blocking 40 westbound after exit 196. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, it's a very, very special sponsorship and relationship that I have with Men of Valor. I absolutely love this organization, love this group of people, and love what they do for the state of Tennessee. Not only are they going into our prison system and bringing men to lives of God, discipling those men within the system, and coming out of the other end, you have good men that want to be productive members of society as opposed to recidivists, repeat offender criminals coming back into society and draining society, becoming a net negative. They create net positives out of this with Men of Valor. They have their big breakfast coming up on March 26th, and I want to invite you to be a part of it. You can sponsor the 2025 Men of Valor breakfast. You can buy a seat. You can buy a table. You can become a title sponsor, a platinum sponsor, gold, silver, or bronze sponsor, all by going to movministry.com. It's their big annual event happening at the Music City Center starting at 7 o'clock in the morning, Wednesday, March 26th. I promise you, I've been to this event every year since I've been in Nashville, Tennessee, and it truly is a moving experience to see these men who were career criminals who had reached the lowest of the low, and to see how they came out of that through the power of God. Go to movministry.com for more information. That's movministry.com, and I'll see you at the breakfast with Men of Valor. All right, you know how they say that football games are more fun if you're in a group of people that's rooting for the same team? I feel the same way about this joint session of Congress that will assemble to listen to remarks from the President of the United States of America. We have all assembled at Nashville Palace, and we are gathering together. We got about half a crowd so far. Y'all give it up for Nashville Palace. And at Super Talk 99.7 WT in an evening with Super Talk, we got Ken Weaver. He's been delivering the news on site. Chris Hand, Dan Mandis is in the house. I saw Brian Wilson in the house. Matt Murphy, Chad Benson's going to be along in moments, as is Joan Jones. And we thank all of you for being a part of it. The buffet will be set up in a little bit. We'll eat. We will get together. We'll break bread together. And then we will all watch the President of the United States of America. A person that will be in attendance at the State of the Union at a joint session of Congress will be our own Senator Marsha Blackburn, and she joins us today on the Matt Murphy Show to preview what she expects from the President of the United States, to talk about his first 43 days in his second term in office. And we are pleased to be joined by Senator Marsha Blackburn this afternoon. Senator, good afternoon. I hope you're well.
I am doing well and really looking forward to the President's address tonight. We know that he's going to recap this first days in office and what he's been able to do with executive orders, how we've been able to confirm 20 of his cabinet. We're ahead of where we were with Biden, where we were with Obama. This is going really well, getting his team together. We're working with DOGE. We're making cuts. The President's going to talk about this. He'll also talk about securing the border. He's going to touch on tariffs, what is happening there. And one of the things I really appreciate, Matt, is that he is going to do all he can to reinvigorate the American dream, not only for today and tomorrow, but for future generations. And he will talk about the importance of that American dream and being able to dream those big dreams, find a way to make them come true. And he wants this to be a prosperous nation, and he'll touch on that. He's also going to talk about our standing in the world and why it is so important that our allies know they're an ally and that our enemies fear us.
Senator Marsha Blackburn is with us on the Matt Murphy Show this afternoon on Super Talk, and let's talk about they're called the 80-20 issues, right? And I think the President of the United States in his first 40 some odd days in office has done a better job at identifying those 80-20 issues than any president in my lifetime, with the possible exception of the 45th president of the United States. That would be Donald Trump as well. And one of those issues came front and center at the United States Senate just this week, and it's this issue of men participating in female sports. Obviously, you well know that the vast majority of Tennesseans, the vast majority of Americans support the idea of protecting women's sports. It's an issue that you've brought front and center for years, Senator Blackburn. Just speak to that vote and what it tells us about where we are as a country versus where the Democrats seem to be in the Congress.
Absolutely. We've had two votes. Yesterday's vote was the Protecting Girls in Sports Act. That is a bill that Tommy Tuberville and I, along with others, had brought forward. And we had 45. Every single Democrat voted against this, believe it or not. And then we also today had my American Girls in Sports Day resolution that was on the floor, and the Democrats objected to that. It is amazing to me when you look at the New York Times Ipsos poll, and this is not a conservative poll, this is a liberal poll. You've got 79% of the American people that support keeping men out of women's sports. You've got 67% of the Democrats that support keeping men out of women's sports. So what we know is that the Democrats are completely out of step with the American people. And Matt, if there's one thing Tennesseans want to send a message on, it is keep men out of women's sports. Women's sports are for girls and women, and they don't want to see the women having to compete against biological men.
Well, you and I, Marsha, are old enough to remember when this was a nonpartisan issue, that it was just a universal issue, and suddenly it feels like the Democrats have lost their minds in a certain way on this front. I want to ask you about the issue of tariffs and where you are on it. I think that Donald Trump is using, it seems to me, those of us that are following this, that he's using this as a negotiating tool to get better trade deals available to the United States of America. It's not necessarily a long-term play, more of a short-term play. What is your take on what's going on between Canada, Mexico, and the United States right now?
Yeah, and you're exactly right. He is using this to get people to the table. And, of course, we have already seen that. Now, with Mexico and China, we have tried to get Mexico and Canada, we've tried to get them to block China with the fentanyl. And last year, we had enough fentanyl come across the northern border to kill nearly 10 million people. And Canada now is beginning to work on that issue. They have a fentanyl task force. They came in to see me last night. We appreciate that. But we need them to step up their place. Matt, what is happening is it is not the Canadian police that is catching these traffickers. It is our guys that are catching them. So we need them to do their part and to be more aggressive on this. President Trump, I have no doubt, is going to revisit this with Canada and with Mexico. But bear in mind, we have lost more people to fentanyl than we lost in the whole Vietnam War. We have got to stop China forcing this fentanyl into our country. Our kids are dying. And it's the largest killer of Americans 18 to 45 years of age. So President Trump is getting people to the table. We have seen heads of state from so many countries come over to meet with him and work with him on these issues. Countries that come to the table and work, whether it is some of the issues like the fentanyl issue, like the human trafficking, drug trafficking issues, some of the economic issues, you're going to see the tariffs in place. But President Trump wants tariffs that are going to be reciprocal and fair.
Senator Marsha Blackburn joining us on the Matt Murphy Show this afternoon. Senator, my grandfather had a saying that I think about often when I think about how far our spending has exceeded our budget. And when it comes to the reconciliation process that you guys are currently going through with the House and the Senate, and that phrase was, I'd rather have half of something than all of nothing. And I feel like that's where we are in terms of our budgets right now, that we're going in the right direction again. I think DOJ and this president and this Congress wants to put us in the right direction, but we're not there yet. What can you do to speak on where we are now in terms of the process that you're currently going through and where you'd like to see us by the time the fiscal year ends and we get a new budget for 2026.
Yeah, and here are some goals to be certain that we make the 2017 tax cuts, the Trump tax cuts, permanent based on policy, making certain that we implement President Trump's agenda. Those are the goals that we have. And then the House and the Senate have different ways. I want to be certain we cut every single piece of fat we can cut. And right now, DOGE is finding about $4 billion in waste per day. That means that we're going to need to codify all of those cuts. And our hope is that we can put them in these reconciliation bills and then use that to actually get the budget down. There are some of us, Ron Johnson and Rick Scott, me, some of us want to go back to a pre-COVID budget number, which would put us more in the $6.5 trillion area rather than the $7.1 trillion budget that the House has. So what we're trying to do is find a way to do a little bit more cutting and take all of these DOGE findings and then lower that baseline spending, and then next year we can begin cutting it down from there and cut out this fat, save the American people money, save the taxpayer some money, and get to a balanced budget. We
Amen.
don't have that. And
Amen.
we need a federal balanced budget. So that's where we're headed with this. And I hope that everybody that's gathered there with you will keep up with us on social media and on our website, because we are hard at work on this.
Well, of course we will. Final thought, Senator Blackburn, on the issue involving Ukraine and Russia. Obviously, Volodymyr Zelensky in the White House last week, there was a big blow-up. We know about that. He seems to have come back to the table. Now he's talking a lot about peace, talking a lot about the rare earth minerals deal. Are you comfortable where we are on that front?
And what we are hearing is that Zelensky is wanting to sign the agreement. What we know is that there has been a lot of money from the taxpayer that has gone into Ukraine. As you know, there are a few of us that have voted no because we said, tell us where the money is going. We could not get an audit, and if they were not going to audit the money, tell us where it's going. We told them we would be a no vote, which we were. And so we will see if Zelensky comes back. I think that Tennesseans want to see this war ended. They want to see this finished. And we know that Ukraine cannot continue to fight this. So it's time to get to the negotiating table on this.
Senator, thank you for your time as always. We'll do it again very soon. We miss you down here at Nashville Palace in the heart of Tennessee, and hope to see you back in the state and back in the Music City soon.
You're going to have a great time tonight. Enjoy.
All right, take care. There's Marsha Blackburn joining us for a few moments, 21 after the hour. We're at Nashville Palace. Matt Murphy, Chris Hand, Dan Mandis, Ken Weaver, Brian Wilson in the house. Who else is here? Is Joan Jones here yet? She's giving me a rundown. Joan Jones is giving me a minute-by-minute rundown where she is on the streets. I got it on my cell phone here. So she's throwing it down. Ken Weaver, you got you a fancy new mic stand.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
I like that.
Yeah,
Man, you've been talking to people.
Well, I think I was bumping the other one.
No. I know what happened. I'll tell you what happened after the break. This is a professional tease. I know what happened.
All right.
And I'll tell you after the break. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, friends, it's Matt Murphy, and it's time to talk about your safety, your personal safety, your home safety when it comes to your valuables, your loved ones, the things that protect your home. I'm talking about a gun safe from Nashville Safe House. Have you been? If you've never been, you've got to go. It is like You know those little rats mazes that they used to do as science projects back in the day in school? It is like a maze of safes. I mean, literally, you walk through and you go down the aisle and there's safe. And we're talking about every brand, every make, every model imaginable. Browning, Fort Knox, Champion, Superior, Rhino, all available for you at Nashville Safe House. And they got a price point for every budget. They've got a safe for every taste. They've got a size for you. I mean, they go up to like vault door size safes where you literally, these are just the doors and you build it in the house. It is incredible what they do. They do safes, they do vault doors, they do biometrics, they do tornado shelters, and that's it. They are the safe expert at Nashville Safe House. Go to NashvilleSafeHouse.com for more information or stop by 4th Avenue South across from City Cemetery. Tell them I sent you to Nashville Safe House. Okay, he'll be here. Okay, yeah, like 5, yeah.
Massive cuts to the IRS workforce reportedly being prepared. This is on top of the 7,000 that had been cut previously. Screaming protesters at Republican town halls prompting changes. Parts of Tennessee on fire. Nashville police looking for a hit and run. These stories and more at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
There he is, the master, Ken Weaver, in the house at Nashville Palace. The gang is assembling. Look, Chad Benson is in the house.
Chad Benson.
What is happening, Mr. Benson? He is out and about. Ken Weaver's out and about. Matt Murphy's here. Where's Chad? There's Chad. There's Chris. Brian's somewhere over there.
Brian Wilson is over there.
Oh, and then there's Dan Mann. Is that Dan Mann?
Wow.
Hey, Brother Dan.
Man.
Thank you, Ken.
That was a spirited.
That was like when I get home in the morning, and it's like, hey, everybody, I'm home, and nobody cares.
Everybody's just doing their own thing.
Yep. So,
you know, that response reminded me of the response you got from Marsha Blackburn one of the last times you talked to her.
yes, thank you. Yes.
Y'all remember that?
Well, Dan.
Well, Dan. She gave you the hard Dan.
She and I have made nice since then.
Oh, sure.
We had one other conversation after that, and it was fine.
Oh, yeah. No
problem whatsoever. Did you have a nice interview with her? Did yours go fine?
We had a lovely interview with Marsha.
What did you guys talk about?
She offers a spirited conversation every time we have her on the show. She talked about the State of the Union, what we can expect from tonight. Talked about Ukraine and Russia and that deal last Friday. Talked about reconciliation and budgets and getting where we want to go. She said the ultimate goal, we're not there yet. We're not going to be there in a minute, but balanced budgets.
Did she have an opinion on how you should style your hair?
She did not. I did not ask her her opinion on that matter.
All right.
I think. See, have you been to the big room? We were in the small room. Remember last time we were here? We were in the smaller room, the front room.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
I remember coming back here last time we were here and seeing how large this room is. You see why I was so confident that we wouldn't have to budget? I mean, it's a big room.
This is a very big. I actually didn't know we were going to be in the big room.
Oh yeah, big boy room.
And you know, as the rain and the wind and all the weather stuff is going on outside, I've already had some people say we had tickets, we can't show up.
That's too bad.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's too bad.
That's no good.
But you know what? There's plenty of room, so it's not going to be awkwardly close. We can have that appropriate social distancing even in 2025.
Speaking of awkward, for those of you in the assembled audience at Nashville Palace, how many of you here in the audience tonight want to get a big hug with Dan Mandis? By a show of hands, how many?
Listen, just so we're
clear. Yes, look, there's one over there.
Kat already got one. And someone else got one as well. And
there's a big boy hug coming from the corner over there.
And just
big man wants a hug, Dan.
Yes, sir.
Big guy with a beard.
Yeah, he wants to.
I mean that with all due respect. Like, really, don't hurt me. Anyway.
No, I mean, he's a big man with a beard and wants a hug.
Okay.
All right.
It's all good.
So in a moment, we'll get Ken Weaver's news, and then I'm curious. 43 days in, biggest deal out of the 43. I mean, there's so much. It's a flood, right?
Yes.
From Donald Trump.
Yep.
And so I'm curious, the biggest moments of the first 43 days, maybe the biggest issue of the first 43 days, or the biggest 2 or 3 issues of the first 43?
It's almost like there's and we can do this after Ken's newscast, but it's almost like there's a big issue a week or even every couple of days. I mean, Zelensky now saying he wants to sign the mineral deal. That is huge, so that's all part of the conversation.
How awesome is that? 5 days after the blow up in the White House, and 4.5 days after, everybody in the mainstream media said, Donald Trump screwed it up permanently. It's never going to work. It's never going to happen. He got the 2 things he wanted. He's getting the rare earth minerals deal, and Europe has stepped forward and said, oh, the U.S. won't help. You will help. Well, that's what we wanted from the beginning.
That's exactly right.
All right, we'll dissect all of that, talk about the state of don't call it a State of the Union, Murphy. It's a joint session of Congress and a presidential address. Right now, it's time for Ken Weaver's News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 5:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, and the good news is the heavy thunderstorms are staying well south of Nashville. Right now, parts of Alabama, Mississippi, and even New Orleans getting hammered right now. That's some pretty angry-looking radar images right there. So right now, we are still under a level 1 out of 5 risk for severe weather tonight. But like I said, radar right now is showing all the really active stuff is well to the south of us. We also have this wind advisory. We could see wind gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour at times. That, of course, can bring down power lines, that sort of thing. So got to be on the lookout for that for tonight and then part of tomorrow, too. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Right now, the Associated Press is reporting that the IRS is drafting plans to cut as much as half of its 90,000-person workforce. Already 7,000 probationary IRS employees with roughly 1 year or less of service were laid off from the organization last month. Republican members of Congress are being advised to stop holding in-person town hall type meetings because the people who are showing up, filling up the rooms, screaming, and otherwise disturbing the meetings are apparently professional protesters, according to Speaker Mike Johnson. Even President Trump has said that these people are paid protesters who scream and shout and disrupt things. And this is happening even in the heavily Republican districts. Evacuation orders in effect as crews battle wildfires in East Tennessee. Knoxville Channel 6 says there's a 50-acre blaze near Tellico Plains. The high school there is being used as a place for people to go for safety. As many as 14 families forced to evacuate there due to fires. Here in Nashville, a horrifying, deadly hit-and-run story. A truck hit and dragged and killed a scooter rider. This happened last night just before 7 o'clock on Old Hickory Boulevard between 24 and Firestone Parkway. Police say a man pulled out of a Dollar General on his electric scooter, was on the shoulder until he tried to cross to the other side of the road. That's when the Toyota hit him and dragged him underneath with the scooter. Witnesses describing sparks flying up more than 900 feet is how far this poor man was dragged, and he has passed away. Anyone with knowledge about that dark-colored Tacoma or its driver's whereabouts is asked to call Crime Stoppers. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right now we've got a crash reported in the Vanderbilt area. This is going to be Edge Hill at 17th Avenue South. Over on the West Loop, 40 westbound at 65 West. Berry Hill, 65 northbound after I-440. And in Smyrna, Rutherford County, of course, 24 eastbound near Almaville Road.
24.
Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
You know, your foundation is everything. They talk about, the foundation of your home, the foundation of your family. What about the foundation of your actual house? USS handles those foundation issues with speed, efficiency, and they never try to upsell you on anything. Friends, USS, United Structural Systems, is the way to go when it comes to your foundation, your waterproofing, and your concrete leveling. We don't talk about the concrete leveling enough, but I've done the Polylift leveling system, and it is incredible. It's an incredible foam that goes inside of the concrete, lifts the concrete up, levels it out. You don't have to dig up the concrete and remove the concrete and replace it. United Structural Systems does it all for you. Foundation repair, waterproofing repair, and of course that concrete leveling I just spoke of. USS, they guarantee their best. Homeowners simply trust them. Almost 30,000 satisfied customers over the last 30 plus years in Middle Tennessee. Call 615-488-7855, 488-7855 or USSTN.com. I don't know about you guys, but I'm pretty excited. I'm pretty pumped. It is 38 after 5 o'clock. My name is Matt Murphy, and I'm joined by, well, all of them on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. With little exception, the entire gang is all here. Starting from my left, there's Ken Weaver. He's been delivering headlines accurately, effectively, and twice an hour. Then to his immediate right, Chad Benson is in the house. For those of you who just
Chad Benson.
Party.
Hello, Chad.
What's that, Emily?
Directly behind Chad, as I continue, directly behind Chad Benson. And suspiciously right behind my back, I'm very nervous about it. It's Joan Jones, everybody.
Joan Jones.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Joan.
Yes. Yeah, hi.
I think Joan Jones is a lovable human being in her own right. But the fact that she gives Dan Mandis holy hell on a morning-by-morning basis makes her even more lovable. Oh, speaking of Dan, he's immediately to my right. Hello, Dan Mandis.
Hello. Dan Mandis in the house.
And then directly to his right, appropriately positioned at the rightest of the right, with the exception of Brian Wilson, who is even righter than you, it's Chris Hand, everybody. Chris Hand.
Hey, what's up, guys?
And Brian Wilson is somewhere out and about, and Brian will be up momentarily. He is. Brian is speaking to the crowd, enjoying his retirement. I don't know what he's doing.
Can I say one thing, Matt?
You can say anything you want.
I feel so at home right now. Do you know why?
Why is that?
Because just like back at the station, your hair is everywhere. Look at this.
I know. I know.
Every morning, this is what I see when I come in.
It is. It's nasty the way Murphy sheds. I'm going to just be real with you. It's everywhere in the studio.
It's life, baby. That's the way it goes.
We call it Murphy shed.
I'm not going to talk about what you guys leave behind.
Chris?
There's a large amount of fluid in the trash can. Where does that come from, Dan?
Yep. That's a bit of slippery elm, if you will.
Oh, I mean, if we want to start talking, start telling tales out of school.
Just so we're clear, though, that is slippery elm.
That's gross.
Yeah, it is gross. Yeah, he does slippery elm in the morning.
I know. He was in. He had 12 steps.
Did he?
Moving right along.
No, we're not moving right along. This isn't Nashville's Morning News. This is the Matt Murphy Show.
Have you noticed that the new paint job on the desk is already starting to chip?
Yeah, I mean, no, it was a fine paint job.
No, I'm not.
We're ragamuffins, and they recognize
That's exactly what it is. We're ragamuffins.
We're roustabouts.
So we may have to do some
roustabouts.
Okay.
So a lot of the assembled folks want to know exactly when the food's coming. I don't know.
What are we getting?
I'm assuming it starts at 6 o'clock when the official beginning of this program.
What are we getting?
I don't know. It was described to me as a buffet, like a wingding.
A wingding?
I mean, I don't think that means...
Is that like a humdinger?
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
It's a big deal. Big old humdinger.
Humdinger.
Wingding.
It's like a shindig.
It's like a shindig, humdinger.
Oh, yeah. A feast. Joan, do you have anything to say about this?
No.
All right.
Her big moment.
Solid insight from Joan.
Cogent, pithy, to the point. There's Joan Jones. 43 days in, Dan Mandis.
It's hard to pick your favorite thing, right? Because you've got illegal immigration, you've got Doge, you've got Ukraine. There's a lot. And then we start looking at, okay, so illegal immigration, is it protecting the border? Is it getting the bad guys out? There's just a lot. And so it's hard to decide. It's like potato chips. You can't just like just one.
You know, I'm hard-pressed to I mean, obviously the immigration issue was something that we felt like, you know, we always knew the Biden administration was just full of goods, right? I mean, they were all hat, no cattle, as they say.
Yep.
And if they really wanted to do something about the southern border, they would do it. I want to start at the end with Chris, and we'll move this way and get Chad's thought on it. But, I mean, you are hard to find a better 43 days than what Donald Trump, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, and others in Homeland Security have done with our southern border and with the issue of those criminal aliens that are already in this country.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going to nitpick, I'll be honest with you. I thought the deportation numbers were going to be a little bit larger. And I think that we can all agree that it needs to ramp up. That being said, the hemorrhaging that has stopped at the border has been unbelievable. From going at over 150,000 encounters under Biden every single year in February to what was it, 8,300 and something in 2025. Unbelievable what they're doing. And they did say from the jump, stopping the bleeding is very important. It can't be discounted what they did with no extra funding and no border bill.
Well, you talked about you thought the deportation numbers would be higher. Maybe part of that is because there's been so much resistance in the states and in the cities where there's a lot of illegal aliens, like in places like Boston and some of these other sanctuary cities. So he's met with a lot of resistance, and he knew that he was going to get that resistance, and that's part of the dynamic.
Well, and part of this is kind of optics, right, Chad?
Absolutely.
I mean, you present a posture of, hey, we're not putting up with this crap anymore, and a lot of the crap stops on its own.
Well, I mean, you didn't need all the money that Biden said he needed in the bill to stop everything that happened, and you've got to. It's like if a ship has a hole in it, you plug it before you start bailing out. He needs a ton more money if he's going to get something done, and they need more judges and more space, because if you arrest everybody tonight, you can only hold them for so long, according to our silly little laws. So then they have to release them. So there's a lot of stuff that still needs to be done, but stopping it from getting worse. Plus, out of fear, there's a lot of self-deportation going on right now.
No, there's no question. I mean, because, if you pull the welcome mat state to state, particularly in the individual states that have done something about illegal immigration, like Tennessee's been doing in their state legislature, you pull that welcome mat out, and, without the job, I mean, they're here for the opportunity. They're here for the money. I've long said, there but for the grace of God go I, right? I mean, I can understand how someone who grows up in one of these poverty-stricken countries would do this. I mean, because I can sneak across the border. They let me sneak across the border. I can get a job that pays me $15, $16, $18 an hour as opposed to $18 a week.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, everybody wants to come here. That's why you have to have robust border security. And if you pull those jobs away from them, they're going to go back to their countries of origin on their own.
What do you think about the and I forget what exactly it was called, but Trump wants to start charging folks, I don't know, I don't remember what it was.
The gold card.
The gold card. What do you think of that?
I love it.
I guess
Absolutely
they've had a
love it.
lot of people that have already shown interest and they want to do it.
The Fast Pass. It's like a Disney Fast Pass.
It's like a Disney Fast Pass, and I think that's great because we're getting people that will contribute. We're getting people that will make the investment and have some skin in the game for America and being Americans.
It's not as if countries have not done this. Plenty of countries do this. Secondarily, it reminds me of an idea that I've had for a long time at the DMV. I don't understand why, if you are willing, there's lines at the DMV for your tags, right? If I'm willing to pay $100 extra to skip the line, why wouldn't you let me do that?
Right.
I'm giving money to the state of Tennessee. I'm giving money to whatever state I'm in. Why wouldn't you allow me to do that? Well, someone said, oh my goodness, you're giving benefits to... No, I'm willing to pay for my time.
Well, that's not fair then, Matt, because the other poor people can't skip the line.
Right. I mean, so why wouldn't you, if you vet these people, if they're willing to pay $5 million, and put that $5 million directly?
Here's the thing, because you can buy a business here already and come over and move over on a green card. This is just truly a fast pass, which is incredible. And if we sell enough of them, we can get rid of all the debt.
Well, and the current system is apparently riddled with corruption, and it's ineffective. And so
it's super lucky. I mean, if you're in a country, I was talking to a lady the other day. She was my Uber driver. She goes, yeah, my husband and I went on the first go. We got it. My friend's been waiting for 15 years for the lottery.
Yep.
Right. And once again, when you are the country that everyone wants to come to, you cannot open your borders in the manner that we had them open over the last 4 years. Otherwise, you become the country that nobody wants to come to.
Truth.
Right? Eric writes in, and this is an interesting take on it. He says, of the first 43 days, his favorite thing, the fact that we have two genders again.
Oh, good.
It's pretty good.
There is that.
There was a time where we couldn't tell you. I mean, last year I couldn't tell you how many genders we had. Now I know. It's two. Male and female. It's nice.
Yeah, I'm still wondering what happened to the other 70.
I don't know. They're just kind of fading into the woodwork, right? They're playing against the girls somewhere.
They're hibernating, waiting for the other opportunity to pop out.
Do you know what's going to be interesting? We talked about this on the morning show today, and I think Joan actually said that it's going to be fascinating to watch when Trump is talking about deporting, rapists and murderers and that kind of thing. And Joan said, and it was a great point, I would love to see Trump call out the Democrats for not clapping or applauding when Trump is talking about deporting illegal aliens that are murderers and rapists and all that kind of stuff. The worst first.
And you know that the Democrats won't clap for that, but they'll yell and scream that Elon Musk is an immigrant, and why is he even in our country?
I love he's not qualified.
I'm here for the dog and pony show, though. I'm here for the antics that we expect from the Democrats. They don't have any power. They don't have control of the House of Representatives. They have marginal power in the Senate when these 60-vote threshold issues come up, like the men and women's sports issue that came up earlier today. So I'm here for it.
Aren't they talking about misbehaving tonight?
Yeah.
Aren't they talking about?
They thought they were going to bring props, and everybody's like, you can't bring props. There's no misbehaving. Show up, clap, don't clap. Don't be an idiot. You know who's going to be there and it's not being an idiot? You watch. It's going to be John Fetterman, the only one of the Democrats who's look around and go, these people are all idiots.
Oh, and you can expect.
He had a stroke.
They've been doing this for some time. I mean, is it not odd that John Fetterman, the guy that we're like, this guy belongs nowhere near the United States Senate, he's now making more sense than any other Democrat in Congress?
Absolutely.
I mean, and he truly has. It would not surprise me if Fetterman, in the next 3 or 4 years, considers going to
He's going to go independent.
That would not.
Or independent.
You know what? He reminds me of Kirsten Sinema when I was in Arizona. She was a super commie when she was younger. Then she was uber progressive, and then she got into the state legislature. Then she went to D.C., and she's like, these people are nuts.
Well, Fetterman, he is being attacked by his own party. He's being attacked by his own party. So that is always one of the ingredients when somebody says, I'm going to go become an independent, is because they are constantly attacked by their own party, and they're like, all right, I'm out of here. You people are nuts.
Yeah, they're crazy.
Well, and you got to caucus with somebody, right?
Yeah.
And so the independents traditionally, I mean, you know, what we have, what is the guy in Maine?
You got Angus King.
And you
got Bernie Sanders.
And they both caucus with the
Dems.
Dems.
With the Democrats. It's very exciting.
So Ricky writes in and says, hey, Matt, that DMV idea is just like TSA pre-check. True. And 0928 says, hey, the gold card, that's a great idea. Not as expensive as Disney Fast Pass, though.
Not. And by the way, enough people have Fast Passes. It's not as fast as you think.
No, so that's the thing, though. If you have the $100 DMV line and there's too many people in the $100 line, let's start a $200 line. Let's go. I mean, if people are willing to pay for it.
Or a private day with just people who hate the DMV. It's $1,000. You come do everything. You leave. You get out. You never have to worry about anything.
All right. I have a question since we have everybody here. Do you think Donald Trump is intentionally trolling the Democrats?
100%.
Yes.
Okay. Lives for it.
All right.
Yes.
Because he knows he's going to get a reaction out of it.
Like when they asked him about the Russian oligarchs, and he says some Russian oligarchs are great people.
They don't have as much money as they used to.
That's exactly right. And I heard that, and I just started laughing.
Yeah.
Kirby from the corner there tells me it's time to take a break. So let's do that then. It's 5:50 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Back in a moment. Matt Murphy, Dan Mandis, Chad Benson, Chris Hand, Ken Weaver, Joan Jones, and Brian Wilson is somewhere in the house. It's the entire gang on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Tony with Cabinet Solutions is on the stage. I bet you didn't realize when you started doing business with Super Talk 99.7 WTN, you'd be on the stage, front and center like you are. What's going on, Tony?
Well, not much. I mean,
how about this?
It's pretty wild. It's going to be fun tonight.
Oh, man, this is almost as good as the open house that you guys just had, right?
Hey, we had a good one. We had a lot of people take advantage of our 15% off. Some have already made home appointments, and some have already made orders.
All right, so for those who aren't familiar with our conversations or your conversations with Dan in the morning, tell everybody about Cabinet Solutions, what you guys are doing over there.
Well, we just have a plethora of brands of cabinets, from low price points to the most high-end cabinets you can get, and everything in between. And we've got flooring, we've got all kinds of things. You can pick out your tops there and everything.
Listen, I've been, and it's a pretty awesome idea that you guys had to kind of bring everything to the floor so people can tour. You're taking appointments right now so people can go in and look at some of the great cabinet brands and some of the other things you got coming in. How can people make an appointment to you?
They can go to mycabinetsolution.com and go to the contact page, fill out a form, and we'll get right to them, and they can make an appointment, and we can get this thing started. They can
Listen.
make their kitchen great again.
Make the kitchen great again. I love it. If you're a baller on a budget, or if you're looking for something high end, they got every bit of the spectrum there. See Tony, if you're out and about here at Nashville Palace and you're thinking about cabinets, Tony is in the house with us. Tony, thank you, brother.
Thank you, buddy.
All right, there's Cabinet Solutions. That's Tony, CabinetSolution.com. It's CabinetSolution.com. Back in a moment on the Matt Murphy Show. Oh, I see him over there. Yeah, we'll be all right.
All right, we are tracking reports of more massive layoffs at the IRS, and Republican members of Congress have been advised to stop holding in-person town hall type meetings. These stories and more coming up at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you much, Ken Weaver. It is almost 6 o'clock right now. It's about 3 minutes until the top of the hour. Thank you guys for being here. The doors are officially about to open, and we've already got a big old crowd, even with the weather out there. If you're listening on air and you're on your way, never you fear. There's going to be plenty of food for you, some space available at the Nashville Palace as we crank up our our official pre-show festivities coming up in just a couple of minutes. Brian Wilson's going to take the microphone. He's going to talk to us about some of his thoughts on what's been going down over the last several weeks in the White House and beyond. We've got thoughts from Chris Hand, thoughts from Dan Mandis. Chad Benson is around. He's got a couple of comments, too. And it's my understanding that the singing barber is in the corner, a little nervous. He sent me what I could only describe as a threatening video earlier. Noah Peters did. And it was just his face and his Buzz clippers, and he just turned them on. Zzz. He's like, I'm coming for you, Murphy. I'm coming for you. Now, I think we're going to do the haircut like on that stool. I don't know. Noah says, you're shaking your head, yeah, we can do it on that stool over there? Okay. All right. Well, I got a picture to show you. Yeah, we're not cutting it off, Peters. I hope you know that. Has anybody told him the rules of this? That the buzz cut doesn't happen if the room's not full?
I didn't know there were any rules.
Ken just does the news, boys.
I just do the news, Brother Murphy.
Uh-huh. I can't trust Hand, so I'm not even going to ask him about it.
I still think you need to reconsider the mullet. I think the people need a Murphy mullet.
I think I'm popping the mullet as we speak. I think I'm doing pretty good on the mullet right now, but we're going to chop a little bit off the back, and we'll see what happens from the singing. You know what I did do? Noah, you need to know this. You listening over there? I went to the ATM for your tip money, so all I know is that there's some primo tip money in my wallet if it's good.
$90,000 personal work for.
I think that was the way to go. All right.
Absolutely. God bless you.
Chad,
I hope it happens.
Chad agrees. Way to go, Benson.
I forgot my phone.
Wait, you forgot your phone where? In your car?
Here.
Or here?
I was here.
This is the only reason you came back?
That's the only. No, I wanted to be on your show. Nobody else has lost me on their show.
I love you on my show.
I love having you on my show.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, you the Hand lets you on, doesn't he?
Every day.
Every day?
We talk hip hop and R&B.
You. Yeah. Oh, wow. Love that. All right. So we're going to be talking to you about the not State of the Union. Don't call it State of the Union. You get in trouble. It's an address to joint session of Congress. We'll continue talking about that. The great Brian Wilson makes his return to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I start preparing to get my hair cut. It's all to come after Ken Weaver's newscast, which is happening right now on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got rain across Nashville, but the good news is the active storms are staying south of us. Most of it in Alabama and Mississippi. The angriest part of this line of showers and thunderstorms is all across Mississippi, stretching all the way back to just west of New Orleans. Mardi Gras getting really wet right now. And, of course, the other issue with the weather that we're watching here in Middle Tennessee is the high wind advisory. Gusts up to 50 miles per hour will be possible tonight and tomorrow. Got to be on the lookout for sporadic power outages because of that. Full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. We've been following this story from the Associated Press. They put out an alert about a half hour ago, said that the IRS is preparing to cut half of its 90,000 person workforce per Doge. This comes after 7,000 probationary IRS employees were let go just last month. Now, the Associated Press says they reached out to representatives of the White House, the Treasury, and IRS. None of them responded to a request for comment. House Speaker Mike Johnson says GOP members of Congress should consider holding tele-town halls for the time being because it is believed paid protesters have shown up at Republican town halls to scream and otherwise disrupt meetings over Doge, particularly in the heavy Republican districts. And according to Fox Business News, Hyundai is standing by its DEI policies and launching a new multicultural marketing campaign. And an executive says, because it's good for business. This person says in terms of the creative that we're doing and the work that we're doing with culture brands, it's born from a recognition that it drives sales, drives the bottom line for the company. Right now in East Tennessee, the National Guard is said to be responding to the wildfires threatening some homes in the Tellico Plains area. Guardsmen are providing 2 Black Hawk helicopters to support the firefighters on the ground. At last check, that fire was 100 acres and growing. And, of course, they've got the winds over there, too. Stronger winds than we've got right now here in Middle Tennessee. Also in Nashville, Metro Police looking for the driver of a dark-colored Toyota pickup that ran over and dragged a man on an electric scooter last night. He was coming out of a Dollar General parking lot on Old Hickory Boulevard between 24 and Firestone Parkway. When he tried to cross the road, the truck hit him, dragged him underneath. Witnesses reported seeing sparks flying the whole way. Unfortunately, this scooter rider died after being dragged 900 feet. The search is on for the Toyota driver. And a man faces terrorism charges for online threats about setting off a bomb in downtown Nashville. Channel 4 says one of the threats reads like this: within 1 to 2 weeks, I will firebomb the Fred D. Thompson Federal Building and Courthouse in downtown Nashville. Police say they tracked it back to the accounts of 35-year-old Alexander F. Thompson of Brentwood, and they arrested him where he works in Goodlettsville. They did not give a motive for those threats. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. All right, we picked up a crash, 40 eastbound off-ramp to Central Pike. The off-ramp there partially blocked. Police on the scene. And in Smyrna, police are at the Highway Patrol reporting a crash 24 eastbound near Almaville Road. Good old I-24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey friends, Matt Murphy here, and I want to talk to you for a moment about the Glock store and what makes them so special and why we're so pleased to have them in Nashville. One of the reasons that Glocks are the most popular handguns in America is because you can customize them. It's endless. I feel like when you're talking about your handgun and your handgun's a Glock, you can customize it in the same way that I can customize my Harley Davidson or a Jeep, right? From competition triggers to night sights to extended controls to Magwell's red dot optics, all available for you and all at the Glock store. Trust me, when Lenny McGill put Glock store on the front of his store, he made sure that he has every Glock in stock. He has every imaginable different performance part or customization that you can possibly dream up. They've got it at the Glock store. Rest assured, if it's for a Glock, it's at the Glock store. And it's right here in Nashville. We're so blessed to have them. Let's go by Elm Hill Pike on Air Lane Drive, stop by the Glock store, and see the Glock store difference. While you're there, I would encourage you to tour the Shoot 270 incredible rooms, the shooting rooms, Never Lane's rooms at the Glock store. Glockstore.com or shoot270.com, minutes away from the airport, worth the drive from anywhere. It's the one and only Glock store.
Good evening, everyone. I'm not Matt Murphy. I'm Brian Wilson, sitting in for just a moment.
Brother Brian!
Let's go.
Thank you. Because the moment of truth has come. It is now time for the cutting of the hair is what I've been told.
All right.
That's what it's about. I'm walking over here, my man, the singing barber, is currently the eating barber. Oh, no, he didn't know I was coming over here, Brian. But I'm over in the corner with our man, Noah Peters. What's up, Noah?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. You enjoying some of that Q?
Hey, it is out of this world, brother.
You hail from Benton, Tennessee. Is that right?
Yep, Benton, Tennessee, middle of nowhere.
And you've been all over, man.
All over the world.
You're about to cut some hair?
I'm going to try my best.
You've got a good head of hair. Can I just get yours and be done with it?
You can. It just costs you some money.
Oh, well, no. Hey, look, I got tip money in my pocket if it's a good haircut. How about that?
Hey, sounds
Matt,
good to me.
I want you to know, Matt.
Yes, sir.
I gave him $100 to give you a burr.
He said he gave you $100 to give me a buzz.
He did. We didn't talk about it. He told me not to say anything.
I'll give you $150 if you give him a mullet.
Okay, deal.
Like a good 80s mullet.
I'm already I told Dan I'm already kind of sporting the mullet as we speak. So.
That's true. That's what I told your wife a minute ago. You look good with a mullet.
We're gonna get cranked up here in a couple minutes after you get done eating.
Sounds good.
All right, there's Noah Peters. He's gonna cut the hair in a couple of minutes, so I'm gonna give it over to you guys and get my hair cut. Okay.
All right.
What day of Locks for Trump is this, Murphy?
360. I've been growing out my hair for 367 days for our man Donald J. Trump, who takes the stage tonight in Washington D.C. Let's hear it for Donald Trump.
Let's go.
367.
All right. So I guess. Well, are you getting ready to do that now?
I think Noah's going to finish up his meal.
Okay.
We had a little time differential, time change, but I'm going to be over here on the big stool when that happens, right, Brian. So I'm just going to let you take court, because here's the thing, Brian. Everybody wants to know.
Yeah.
And I got a lot of questions, and I thought, well, this would be a great opportunity to ask you, the man himself. You spent more time in D.C. than the rest of us combined.
Yes, sir.
And what we saw last Friday at the White House, everybody wants to know your take on it.
Well, I have been in that situation where you walk in the Oval Office and we used to call it a spray. You go in with the cameras and the two leaders are there, and you're supposed to do a quick, video of the room. You might ask a question, but generally they don't answer questions in that initial spray. Donald Trump answers questions every time there's a camera around, and it went for an hour or better, I think. And it was the most remarkable thing that I've ever seen. I've never seen anything quite like it. I have a feeling that there are meetings like that take place in the Oval Office. It's just generally you don't get to see them.
Right.
And it was, I've never seen anything quite like it in all the years I covered Washington.
Well, and if you watch if you watch the last 5 minutes, and Chris and I were talking about this, you watch the last 5 minutes, you might think, boy, Donald Trump kind of jumped all over that fella, didn't he? But if you watch the full, 45, 50 minutes, it kind of built to that moment.
Yeah, it got to the point where there was such frustration with J.D. Vance and the president that they just basically said, get him out of here. Right. And then what was interesting is it took him another hour to leave the building. I'm dying to know what was going on during that hour.
Right.
Because apparently they tried to put it back together, and Trump said, nope, I'm done. But I understand the deal is maybe going to be announced tonight.
It's pretty amazing that 5 days ago, Zelensky's leaving the White House in shame. And moments later, all of the media networks wanted to, well, non-Fox really, wanted to suggest, oh, it's done. He's ruined it. Oh, Donald Trump has screwed all of this up. And like 4.5 days later, Zelensky's ready to sign it. Europe is stepping up to the plate. All of the things that we wanted to happen seem to be happening.
I feel like in the last 30 days, we've said this is the art of the deal in real time about 100 times.
It's just that we don't normally get to see this stuff.
All right.
And everything that he does, you may think, well, he's just shooting from the hip. No, there's a method to the madness every single time. You may not be able to see it. You may not be able to understand it. The left, it drives them absolutely crazy. But when you look at what he does, there's always a plan. You just may not be aware of the plan.
Well, I don't know about anybody else, but for me, the moment that Zelensky suggested to tell Donald Trump, the President of the United States, and the Vice President of the United States, how America was going to feel about something, how we were going to react to something, there was just something inside of me that swelled with pride when Trump, no. You're not going to tell the United States of America a darn thing about how we feel about anything, about what we do about anything. That's not what you're here to do. I absolutely loved it.
I thought it was brilliant, and again, it all seems to be coming back and developing the way that is in the best interest of the United States. And you got to give him credit for that. I mean, you have to really point out that the things that have been accomplished in very short order are breathtaking, and the pace of change in Washington is nothing like I've ever seen.
I'm curious to find out from each. I mean, it occurs to me as we sit here at just after 6 o'clock, waiting the presidential remarks 2 hours from now, how awesome it would be if they could get a deal signed and the president could speak to it at the joint session of Congress. I don't know if that's possible.
Well, the rumor I heard today, it was sort of floating around that there was a report out there, yet unconfirmed, that it was going to be announced tonight during his speech, which would be brilliant. I haven't heard anything definitive on that, but that's the last word I heard.
Just so you know, Daily Mail is reporting that that is what's going to happen tonight. And I think, and you know, going back to the whole thing on Friday, I think Zelensky did the biggest favor for Donald Trump, because he went out there and he acted the fool. And I don't know who it was. Somebody was talking about how he kind of looked like he was on cocaine.
Yeah, he looked like he was on coke.
Yeah, but he really looked like a petulant child. And that, coupled with the story about Biden and how Biden got frustrated with him back in 2022. This made Donald Trump look like he was right in his dealing with Zelensky. So
Trump
Zelensky
was right about
him.
everything. Trump was right about everything again, and it did. You could see the frustration mounting in Zelensky as the reporters are essentially ignoring him to ask Trump and Vance the questions, and the frustration mounts and mounts and mounts, and he loses his cool.
Well, Zelensky kept trying to correct Donald Trump and argue with him, and he just wouldn't shut up.
Yeah, it's not a good idea to do.
Who was it? Scott Jennings that said, I mean, and he's so brilliant on CNN. He's
He's really good, isn't he?
He's so brilliant. He said, all you had to do was wear a tie, show up, say thank you, sign paperwork, and leave.
That's right.
That's it. And you couldn't manage to do it.
And then the liberal sitting next to him on the panel goes, I don't want to do this, but I agree with everything Scott just said.
and do you get the sense that Europe then tried to step in and usurp the whole process? And that didn't go very well, apparently.
Well, no, but I do appreciate the fact that he drew Europe out in the sense that we've been suggesting that Europe should step up to the plate and offer these security guarantees that Zelensky so desperately wants from us. Well, you're going to get with any financial agreement from the United States and Ukraine, you're going to get a certain level of security guarantee just through the rare earth minerals agreement, right?
Well, we have to protect our investment.
Of course. And so if you add that to whatever European or NATO agreement that there might be, there you go.
And let's just talk about a moment about the elegance of this deal. That we're going to get repaid by something that gives us a strategic advantage over Russia and China. Brilliant. It's just brilliant.
I mean, you hear the expression all the time, kill two birds with one stone, and it's what you're doing. You're diminishing a Russian impact over the course and you're addressing a situation that's exterior to all of this, and that is we depend far too much on China for those rare earth minerals that go into equipment like our telephones and other technologies. Now we're not doing that so much. It's brilliant.
There is so much good that comes out of that deal, and it's something we need, and it's something that we had a real national security concern about. So solving that problem, you're right. I mean, it is elegant, and he's playing chess while everybody else is playing checkers.
What do you guys think? What's the lead tonight for Trump? I mean, is it because it's top of mind?
No, I'll tell you what's the lead tonight is how bad the Democrats are going to behave. That will be the story tonight.
How long until Jasmine Crockett just bursts out from the audience? I give it 15 minutes.
Well, and some of the and here's where he puts Democrats in such an awkward position. They want to be the center of attention. They want to be the focus. They're like little kids that want to throw the fit in the store, but then they also don't want to show up. And you showed me something earlier, Chris, where AOC is now saying she's not showing up to the party.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is sitting this one out. She's going to be on Blue Sky.
She will be sorely missed.
And on Instagram Live.
It'll be interesting to see how many Democrats show up, and it will be interesting to see whether they behave themselves. But if they show up, there are going to be a few in the room who just can't help themselves. That's just the way they are.
Is your memory is better about these things than mine, Brian? I recall that it was Congressman Joe Wilson of South Carolina was the first that kind of offered an outburst.
Yeah,
it was the "you lie" outburst.
Obama.
And that's kind of created a little bit of a cascade. Where we're seeing more of that type of thing.
You compare civility in Washington right now to civility back several years ago, and it has really deteriorated.
Was it last couple of years ago, Marjorie Taylor Greene went after Joe Biden?
Yep, and that's when he made the, quote, Lincoln Riley. The illegal Lincoln Riley. And then he went on TV and apologized for saying illegal.
So I feel like the precedent has been set with Marjorie Taylor Greene and Joe Biden. So we're going to have to see if the Democrats do some of that to Donald Trump. The difference is that Donald Trump is a heck of a lot more able to fight back against the Democrats than Joe Biden was against Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, he'll be able to fire off a clean one-liner.
Oh, absolutely.
He's just going to dunk up. And then what are you going to yell about? What are you going to boo about? Are you going to boo that Doge is cutting millions and billions in waste and fraud and abuse?
Everything that they take on is an issue that they're upset about. 80% of the American people are in favor of. I don't know how you win that.
And they do it every time, constantly.
Well, and the thing that I said earlier is that I hope that Trump calls them out for not applauding deporting illegal aliens that are gang members and murderers and rapists. I hope that Trump says, I can't believe the Democrats are not actually applauding deporting these people.
Making communities safer. That's good for every American citizen.
All right, we're going to take a short time out. The assembled masses are here, gathered together. We're breaking bread together, guys. Absolutely love it. We're getting ready for Donald Trump's speech tonight. Brian Wilson is holding court, along with Ken Weaver, along with Chris Hand, along with Dan Manis. Chad Benson's out here somewhere. I'm Matt Murphy. We'll be back in a moment on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Friends, it's Matt Murphy, and listen, if you've got property and you're thinking about an outbuilding, right, and maybe you're thinking about one of these buildings that they bring onto your property, I want you to think again. Those buildings are not as structurally sound as something that is built on site. And I want to tell you about the best in the business, Stoltz Co. Stoltz Co. gives you the opportunity to build a high-quality, customized structure. You'll sit down with the gang at Stoltz Co., and you'll talk to them about exactly what you're looking for. They're going to create that custom structure for you in their factory, and they're going to build it on site. Stoltz Co. is the leading company with first-class customer service in terms of creation of post-frame buildings. What are we talking about? Well, of course, we're talking about pole barns. So if you're looking for somewhere to store your tractor, store your equipment or whatnot, garages can accomplish that as well. Equestrian spaces. A lot of folks have horses in Middle Tennessee. Event spaces, or, of course, the ever-popular barn dominiums. They are less expensive than a traditional home structure. They are just as durable. They are great for the family. You need to get with Stoltz Co. to find out more. If you want to hang out on the weekends in a different place than your home, it's time to get with Stoltz Co. StoltzCo.com, STOLTZCO.com. That's StoltzCo.com, or 615-622-5992 for our friends at Stoltz Co.
Well, reports say the IRS preparing another massive purge of its workforce. This story and more coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 25 minutes past the hour at 6 o'clock on the Matt Murphy Show. Brian Wilson holding court because Matt Murphy is now, he's in the barber chair. He is about to be clipped.
I'm about to be clipped, man. So here's the deal. I think we can officially announce that while we have a wonderful assembled crowd here at Nashville Palace, it is officially not a sellout. I just need confirmation from the panel.
It is a sellout.
Is it a sellout?
It is. Shave your head.
Shave your head. Shave your head.
Oh, this is going to be awesome.
Skin to win.
Yeah, can we get a round of applause for a mullet?
Oh, yeah.
No. And now, how about a buzz cut?
Yep.
All right, I heard mullet wins. Yay, everybody.
That's not what I heard.
I just want to say thank you. Real quick, before we do this, because I'm going to hand it back to Brian Wilson and let them guys talk about some serious stuff, but this is Noah Peters. He is so kind to come here and do this. He is called the Singing Barber. If y'all don't know anything about Noah, maybe you do, I'm going to give him the microphone, and I'm going to let him, in his own way, help y'all understand why we call him the Singing Barber.
How are y'all? Let's give Matt Murphy a hand for wanting to get his hair cut in the middle of God and everybody.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they call me the Singing Barber. I just started out as a barber and just sang some songs in my shop, and people liked it. I don't know why. Then people started coming in to hear me sing. Then they started singing. Then we put it on the internet. You know how the internet goes, crazy. So ever since then, all I do is I travel the country and have people sing in my chair, and I sing with them, and it's become a thing. And now we're going to give Matt Murphy a haircut live and in here. Let's go.
Are we going to sing? I think we should sing.
Yeah.
Nobody knows the troubles I've seen. Pretty good? Nobody knows my sorrow. All right, man. I'm going to get a haircut.
All right, you get a haircut.
All right, y'all take it
We're
away.
going to give it the play-by-play. At this moment now, they're putting...
I bet this is the first on Super Talk, a play-by-play for a haircut.
They're putting the apron, what do you call that, an apron?
It's an apron.
An apron on Matt now.
Good times.
What's going on over there? Okay, now the hair is being pulled back. You can almost do a ponytail.
I was told by Noah Peters himself not to wash my hair. That's what I was told.
Sure.
I mean, I washed it this morning. I mean, but you know.
I'm thinking he should do shave the sides.
367 days since I've had a haircut.
Man bun.
And that's a lot of days. It's all tangly, Noah. I apologize. Just rip it out of there.
This is delicious.
Everyone seems very excited.
I want to see less scissors and more clippers.
Fewer scissors, more clippers? Is that what he said? No. Oh, I forgot to show you the picture of what I'm going for.
No, too late.
Let me try to whip this.
You're going to whip it out, are you?
Whip this out real quick. See. Again. Here, this is what we're going for here.
Of course.
Can we do that? That's what we're going for.
That's what you have now, Matt.
Yeah, exactly. Just a little trim. Just a little something off the top and sides.
Yeah.
There it goes.
High and tight. Make me look like
I'm going to
Chris.
stop talking now.
That's right. All right, so he's got his scissors, and now the clippers. The clippers have come, and boy, he's... Can you hear it?
There it goes.
Little natural sound of the clippers over there for me, Matt. Give me some natural sound of those clippers, Matt.
Hold your microphone up there, brother Matt. Let us hear the clippers.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
There it is.
Noah just said to me something that frightens me. He said, and he whispered it to me. He said, "We're going to do the best mullet in the world."
Yeah. There we go.
And when it grows back, you're going to love it.
I like it.
Well, what do you mean when it grows back?
Ooh, look at those locks coming off.
There's hair flying everywhere.
I'm going to look like, Noah just said I'm going to look like a new woman.
Now, can you do something with the beard?
What's with the beard?
I'll handle the beard later, Noah. Don't worry about that.
Well, while you're getting your hair cut, it's time for the news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, tracking the two incidents of weather for Middle Tennessee right now, that being some thunderstorms starting to get lively now south of Nashville from about, looks like 8:40 down all the way down to Birmingham, Alabama. Then back in Mississippi, boy, it is really angry back there. That travels all the way back down to New Orleans where Mardi Gras is on the way. They're about to get hammered down there. We've also got a high wind advisory for Middle Tennessee, gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Got to be careful of sporadic power outages with something like that. Got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. The Associated Press reporting the IRS is drafting plans to cut as much as half of its 90,000-person workforce. Already about 7,000 probationary IRS employees with about a year or less of service laid off from the organization in February. Over at the state capitol, Right to Die is dead. The effort by Nashville Democrat State Rep Bob Freeman would have created a specific process for an adult with a terminal illness to request medication to facilitate their own death in a humane and dignified manner. Lawmakers said no. Metro Police looking for the driver of a dark-colored Toyota pickup they say ran over and dragged a man on an electric scooter last night. Witnesses says the man and the scooter went under the pickup, dragged for about 900 feet. Sparks were flying up. That poor man died. Now Metro Police looking for the driver of that Toyota pickup, said to be dark-colored. Canada's immediate response to the U.S. tariffs is a backlash on booze. Hit the road, Jack Daniels. U.S. alcohol pulled off Ontario liquor store shelves. Its premier, Doug Ford, also promising to cut power to 1.5 million American homes and businesses. Canceling the contract with the Elon Musk company Starlink. The border battle won't help with egg prices, apparently. The USDA says Canada accounts for 42% of foreign eggs brought into the U.S. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News. Now, I'm not seeing any crashes on the interstates, just the usual brake tapping over there on the East Loop going, over on the East Loop going both directions. And then it looks like it is particularly slow eastbound 24, of course, right after 440. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 36 minutes past the hour at 6 o'clock.
36 minutes. 24 minutes to the top of the hour. Hour 24 minutes to the top of the next hour. What's going on, everybody?
That's right, Dave. We are, this is the Matt Murphy Show. Matt Murphy indisposed at the moment, getting a haircut. And how's it going over there, Matt, very quickly?
Hey, guys, I don't know how it's going, but everyone that walks by the stage and looks my way looks very confused and concerned.
Yeah, I think concerned is accurate.
And the last thing that Noah Peters said to me is that Billy Ray loved it. That's the last thing he said.
I think the singing barber is going to be singing "I'm sorry, so sorry" at the end of your haircut. Do you like that?
No, he literally, the second to the last thing he said to me was, "It's okay. You can always cover it up if you don't like it."
That's right. But Matt, at our age, we used to say it grows back. It doesn't always grow back when you get older.
Well, so says you. I've seen your...
I shave my head.
Well, you shave about half of it.
I can't shave all of it. So make me come over there.
On that note, while you're...
I might be a little testy. I'm sorry.
Oh, this got awkward quick.
I would too. Look at that hair.
Yeah, it's really quite something. While you're doing that, though, we remember while we're here, we're doing the big event tonight for Donald Trump. He's going to give his speech to Congress. Word has come down in just the last few minutes that Jasmine Crockett and Maxine Waters may well try to break up the event tonight
All right.
in the House chamber.
I love
Let's go.
Now,
How
how
little
far?
excitement.
Can I ask you this, Brian? How far can they go before they get arrested and thrown to the ground and put in handcuffs?
Well, that would be up to the Speaker of the House, and the Sergeant at Arms would be there. Remember, usually the Sergeant at Arms introduces the president when he comes in. Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States. And so if I guess Mike Johnson were to say, remove that person from the chambers, he would do it.
I don't think they would. I think Trump wants to see how far. I think Trump's going to come on. You want some of this? I'll take both of you on at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Democrats would hijack that narrative and they'd say, they removed us for exercising our First Amendment.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that well could happen. But
remember last year, a couple of years ago, Biden, he baited Marjorie Taylor Greene, going back to the Marjorie Taylor Greene Joe Biden battle, where Biden would say, you don't like that, huh? Remember that whole thing? And just infuriated the Republicans, of course.
Yeah, totally.
So I can see, but again, as I said before, Trump can hit
He's
back
quick on his
twice
feet.
as hard.
He's quick on his
Yeah,
feet.
he will make them look like absolute fools.
He loves to do crowd work.
He does.
So I think it would be great. It's going to be interesting. Not as interesting as Matt's hair. Oh, my God, that is so sad.
Is that a Flowbee?
I'm not quite sure.
You know what a Flowbee is? People know what a Flowbee is?
I know what a Flowbee is.
I have no idea. What's a Flowbee?
Oh, my God, you don't know what a Flowbee is?
It's a lot of concerned looks out of the
He
audience.
doesn't know what a Flowbee. It was a haircut product.
Can I just say
of a vacuum cleaner? It would just suck your hair up.
Oh. Yeah.
Noah wants to know, are we in Nashville, Tennessee or not?
Yeah.
Are we in Nashville, Tennessee
Are
or
you
not?
going to sing? Get him to sing.
Business in the front and party in the back.
Business in the front, trailer in the back. Look at that.
Oh, now we're getting serious in the back. Oh, my gosh, there's a lot of hair falling there.
2 inches?
2 inches? Oh, come on. Needs more than that.
No, you know what? He started to feel it. He started like, I'm looking good.
Are you really going Billy Ray Cyrus? Like, are you really doing that?
That looks good.
I'm not doing anything. Noah's doing everything. What concerns me, Dan, is that you know how much Noah and I have talked about how I wanted my haircut?
Apparently not a lot.
Apparently not a lot. Not at all.
I like it.
Noah has assured me that he's had conversations with people that know. I said, hey, do you want to see a picture of how I want it? He goes, nah, not really.
I'm going to be honest. I got to be honest. I feel a little robbed. I wanted to see you with a haircut.
No.
Long and lean. You know what, though? That hair right now is going to cost you to get a new wardrobe.
You know what? At the end of the night, we gotta get Murphy some alcohol, and he's going to sing "Achy Breaky Heart."
I'm in.
That would be cool. You and the singing barber can do it.
Yeah, when is he singing?
He sang a few tunes a few minutes ago.
I did sing
But
it.
he's
I'm not
singing
doing it
and
now.
barbering. Isn't that the whole point?
All of my mental faculties are consumed with the amount. I feel like Samson. I'm Samson right now, and I'm losing my mental strength.
That is not a. He'll be okay. It grows back, right, Brian? Sometimes.
Yeah, I think he's been using a color product in his hair. Is what I think.
Oh, that's not very nice. Oh, look at it. Oh, good.
I've been told to check my phone for some reason.
Did your wife text you?
I was going to say it's your wife telling him to stop.
Oh, no? What? I didn't get one. I don't know what Kirby's saying right now.
Oh.
How much time is there going to be taken up with applause, Brian? Like, how
Well,
crazy is that
well,
going to be?
And I heard the press secretary say that his speech was about an hour long. Well, Donald Trump at an hour is about an hour 45 or 50.
Yeah.
Then you add in applause or demonstrations. This could be a 2-hour event.
Who's the designated survivor? Do we know?
I haven't heard.
I mean, it's always a good question.
Well, it's not really a State of the Union, but
Well, you still need. They
need
said
somebody
today
out,
they still need somebody to be
All right,
there.
so can I ask a question? Because you just hit on something. Like, there's some people that have been calling it a State of the Union. Other people saying it's just a, joint session of Congress. So what is the difference between what a State of the Union is and what he's doing tonight?
A State of the Union is a president who is in office, has served at least a year, giving his take on how things have gone over the past year. Biden could have given a State of the Union address had he chosen to do so, but he didn't. And so this is a courtesy that is extended to incoming presidents often, especially when the party his party is in charge of the House. So this invitation came from the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, and it is a joint session of Congress, meaning the House and the Senate come together in the House chamber.
Is SCOTUS going to be there? SCOTUS? Are they going to show up tonight, Supreme Court?
I don't know. They might be invited. I don't know. But it is different than
the State of the Union. It's
Union.
not the pomp and circumstance that we normally give that.
I'm torn between whether I think the Democrats will not show up or whether they'll show up in big numbers and try to disrupt the thing. I will tell you this, if they do, it simply will not go well with the American people, I don't think.
No, I don't think
the
so
American
either.
people hate one thing more than anything else, and that's rudeness.
Yeah.
Well, I think that the Democrats are going to have a mixed bag, and you've seen the Democrats be completely disjointed since Trump got back in office. It doesn't seem like they have one leader to follow. We used to see them follow Pelosi, and it seems like her power has been greatly diminished in the Democrat Party. So they're all kind of flying by the seat of their pants, doing their own thing.
They've got no leader. They're rudderless across the board.
I agree.
The best voices they have nothing to do with the party right now at all. I think it's going to be interesting to see, I don't know, is Hakeem Jeffries going to show up? I'm assuming a few are going to show up.
Well, Hakeem should, because he's leadership. He should be there. I'm having a problem here.
Okay.
All right. So, he should be there. But
Schumer probably
who knows?
will be there.
But yeah, I mean, I'm sure a lot of people will decide not to show up at all.
Yeah. Nancy Pelosi?
I don't know. I bet she doesn't show.
Yeah, you know what, though? She's got the broken hip. She's got semi-excuse. She's 102. She's got a broken hip.
I was going to say, let's see how far in she's able to make it before she falls asleep.
And how many of them are actually in town, right? Because some of them were gone. They were doing, are they all back in session right now?
They should be.
Yeah, that's what I thought so, too. But I don't know, because I still hear every day about how one of them freaked out because they got yelled at by an audience member over, like, you are firing civil servants, and they're the first, line of defense or something. And they all run out, like all these people having these town halls they're terrified of.
The one thing that I saw on Fox today is that apparently the Democrats have come out with a unified message, and the message is the S is just not true.
Oh, did you see that? 22 Senate Democrats put out the exact same video.
The worst
exact
thing.
video.
Oh, that was so awful.
Apparently, one of the things they're going to do tonight is they are going to show up and they're all going to be wearing pink.
Oh, are they doing one of
to
those?
signal our protest of Trump's policies, which are negatively impacting women and families. But here's what I don't understand, is Trump is trying to save women's sports.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's different. It's a different kind. He's trying to save women's sports. Those are women that were assigned women at birth.
Yes.
And they're trying to save women's sports with women with wieners. which is different. It's a different kind of woman.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
So tonight, though, I think they're going to get. I think they're going to show up, and I think some are going to get up. They're going to make noise, and I think they're going to walk out.
They might. There might be a walkout. That would be something.
Yeah, that would be.
All right, I think we're done. No, wait.
No.
There's more. I've never had a haircut where the barber was taking advice from the audience. But that is happening right now.
Should do that, Noah, every time he goes somewhere. What do you guys think this dude should get?
All right, so Noah wants to explain. He wants to explain why he could have gone more. He says no, he didn't want to go more. Noah?
Hey, y'all, it's Noah. There's two beautiful women down here at the bottom, and they came to me before I started on Matt's hair, and they said, hey, we don't care who told you what. You trim those sides, and you don't touch the top or the back.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Ray Cyrus.
Oh, yeah.
It can break your heart. You got to do it, man.
Don't tell my heart, my achy heart. One. No, I do probably sing as bad. All right, there it is. Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, look at that. I was
All
expecting.
right, round of applause for Matt Murphy's haircut.
Okay, yay!
I feel like it's halftime with the haircut. I feel like there needs to be
I'm
more
gonna
hair.
go.
at the
What?
cut.
Never has so much been said about a haircut.
I'm gonna tip him. Y'all calm down. Sorry.
Look at you. You look at 10 years younger, dude.
So what do you think, audience? Do we like it?
I do. It's a good look. Yeah.
Wow, there's a lot of people saying no out there.
I'd say
You know why? They want to embarrass him. They want him
I'd have
bald.
gone another 2-3 inches.
No.
Y'all don't like it? Who likes it?
Who hates
Who doesn't
it?
like
Who hates it?
If you're married to him, who likes it?
Thank you. That's
If you're
exactly.
married to him, who likes it?
Matt, can you still do that big hair flip thing you do?
Oh, yeah, you can.
All right, well.
All right.
You still got the Fabio thing going on.
That reminds you of your days back in the 1980s, doesn't it?
Sure does, man.
Everybody, y'all need to make Dan Mandis post some photos of himself back from the 80s when he had his long, flowing locks.
I look like Axl Rose, I did.
Brian, you ever have long hair?
Never.
Never had long
My
hair.
daddy didn't want no hippies at his house. So I got a haircut every 2 weeks, whether I needed one or not. And that was in the 70s, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
Really?
Taking the pictures. Look, we got to take a commercial break here in just a moment.
Do we?
Yeah, we do. We got to take a commercial break.
Let's mess with Mason. Mason, we're not getting off the air. You can't stop us.
No.
You're listening to Super Talk 99.7 live from the Palace. We'll continue our conversation in just a moment.
Indeed, fresh off my haircut, it's the Matt Murphy Show with the entire gang: Dan Mandis, Chad Benson,
hello,
Chris Hand, and Brian Wilson in the house. We've got another hour to go after we complete this one as we build up to the presidential address, the address to a joint session of Congress that is not to be called a State of the Union. It's happened in the past, historically. I was reading an article earlier. I heard you, Dan, while I was getting my haircut. And I was reading an article where there have been presidential addresses in the first year of a term. Ronald Reagan did it in 1981. There have been some other instances. But, yeah, you know, for whatever reason, quirk of the system. I guess they don't call it, and you guys may have covered this. I was a little bit in la-la land as my hair was getting cut. But, you know, they don't call it that because I guess they feel like, well, a president that just comes into office, isn't he just learning what the State of the Union is?
Well, that's exactly right.
Right.
And the State of the Union is, by the way, mandated by the Constitution. And the State of the Union can be just a written statement. It doesn't have to be a big speech. That is a more of a modern thing. But it is a common courtesy often extended to incoming presidents. And so
This is a good opportunity, though, for President Trump to kind of benchmark where he was when he took office, where we are now, the progress we've made, and where we're going. Because let's be honest, it has been a very good first 6 weeks, especially from where he started from. So we'll have to see where it goes from here. But, I mean, obviously, there's been a lot of impressive things.
In the first month alone, Trump has brought in $1.7 trillion in investments in a month.
Incredible.
$500 billion from Apple, $500 billion from Stargate, $600 billion from Saudi Arabia, $100 billion from the Taiwan semiconductor deal. He got another $14.1 billion bid from Nippon Steel. This guy has been an absolute animal.
You know, and it's an underreported, as you might expect, because the media is largely anti-Trump, or they have TDS, but it's been an underreported facet of the first 43 days that he's brought so many of these investments. And he's brought people back to the table to reinvest in the United States of America. I mean, you know, Tim Cook would talk a good game with Biden, would be all chummy with Joe Biden, but the investments weren't there in the United States of America. They are now there. He's asking them to bring the checkbook when they come to the White House.
And they're literally saying we're doing this because of the tariffs.
Yeah.
So while there's a lot of people that are saying, oh my God, the tariffs. But the reality is that it is bringing jobs to America.
Speak up like, they don't talk like this?
Sorry.
What do they say?
Oh my Lord, the tariffs.
I mean, we saw it the other day. Honda is now going to make their new hybrid Civic in Indiana as opposed to Mexico.
Wow. Yeah, and obviously, if all these things come to fruition, I mean, he had gone a long way during the first term, as I recall, in bringing, you know, aspects of manufacturing back to the United States that I recall Barack Obama declared was dead. Hey, those jobs are dead and gone, dead and buried. Might as well forget about that. Let's talk about the new economy. And Donald Trump said, no, I don't think that's the case. I think we can bring some of these things back to this country.
He said you can't just wave a magic wand.
That's
right. You can't just wave a magic wand. Trump seems to have found the magic wand in the first 30 days.
The level of accomplishment in this administration has been shocking. I mean, it is coming. Every day there's a win, and every day the Democrats are a day behind in the things they're complaining about. I mean, he's got them completely.
Well, and literally all they can do is do a thumbs down like Elizabeth Warren did.
Yeah. That's all they do, because that's what they think the base wants. I could just say something mean about Trump. They'll cheer me on. It's great because we've got nothing else. We're not going to come out here and talk about the economy because the economy was ours for the last 4 years, and they crapped the bed with that. They're not going to talk about immigration. That was their fault for the last 4 years. They've got nothing else to do. Their hopes and prayers, and unfortunately in modern politics, is one side goes off the rail and the other side benefits.
So what happens I know we're a long ways away, but I mean, midterm elections, if everything continues to go right, then
they hold.
They hold.
If the economy goes south, I don't care if you fix everything else. If the economy goes south, there's going to be a change of guard.
You know, I think there's a lot of there's a lot of behind-the-scenes action going on in the economy, but that's one of the things that I want to see out of the speech tonight. It's one of the things I want to see out of Trump's presidency is that give us some of the. Remember when he did the deregulation and they had the stacks and stacks of regulation during his first term, and they were cutting the red tape, figuratively and literally trying to get business back to the business of business again. I want to see some of that going on to at least show the American people that there's work being done. I know that it's happening behind the scenes. I want to see it front and center.
Well, the question is going to be, you know, we can save all this money through USAID and Doge and all that. He can extend the Trump tax cuts. He can do a lot of these things, bring in foreign investment with the tariffs. We can bring in revenue from the tariffs. Ultimately, that has to come back down to what people are paying for a loaf of bread and groceries. You can have all these victories, but what are people paying at the grocery
They
store?
want to feel the victory. They
That's
don't, and
exactly.
they want to feel like they've got something that they're looking forward to. Even tonight, if he comes out there and says, "Look, some of these tariffs, they're going to suck. If you're with the people, stick with me. It's about a long-term goal. This is the vision that we've got. This is what we're going to do. Because otherwise, you start to lose people, especially those people that you need to sway in the middle."
Well, remember when Biden tried to tell us that inflation was good, and that we, inflation isn't really going up?
No, there's no inflation.
Transit-
Nothing to worry about.
Who wouldn't want to smoke a $200 cigar? Who wouldn't want to wear a $5,000 suit?
Bidenomics, guys.
Right.
Bidenomics.
So what he needs to do is be honest with the American people and say, listen, here's where we're going. Short-term pain, long-term gain.
But the American people have to be willing to understand that we can't have everything we want. There's going to have to be some sacrifices, and we have to be adult about it, because a lot of times when we hear the truth, everybody goes, I don't want to hear that. Just affirm my belief, and that gets us into a ditch.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, we'll have an hour to kind of dissect what we anticipate out of Donald Trump tonight in his address. Obviously, I think the contrast, and we've all talked about it, it's not just that we're seeing historic speed in the Trump administration. It is in contrast to the lack of activity and the lack of movement out of the Biden administration, particularly in the final year of his presidency, but really the entire 4 years of his term. I mean, you and I, we all lived through it. We all talked about it on a day-to-day basis. But outside of the quote-unquote Inflation Reduction Act, which did not reduce inflation, obviously, I can't tell you a single thing that Joe Biden did as president of the United States.
No, but in Trump's first term, we can talk about deregulation, which is one of the Trump tax cuts.
Yep.
Two very specific things.
And work on immigration, and work on the border wall, and work on energy policy, and allowing that to happen. All right, I think we have to go to a timeout. Top of the hour news right now. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Is that right, Mason? Let's go. All right, here we are. Here we go. It's extended time with Matt Murphy, Chad Benson, Chris Hand, Dan Mandis, Brian Wilson, and the rest of the crew. I think Joan Jones is still there. I have no idea where Ken Weaver is. He's probably over at the buffet. I hope he is. One way or the other, we are here till 8 o'clock. We are anticipating an address. A joint session of Congress will be assembled coming up in about an hour, and we will listen to the President of the United States, our 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, address not only Congress, but also the United States of America. We are at Nashville Palace. Hey, everybody! Come on! A lot of folks here. Not quite enough to get a buzz cut out of Matt Murphy, but we got a kind
you
of
know
a
what?
half a buzz.
They brave the wind and the rain.
Is it nasty out there?
I'm told it's kind of nasty out there.
I don't know. I feel like we're just in our own little bubble here in
That's
Nashville
all right.
Palace, you know? Later on tonight, as Donald Trump takes the stage and begins his remarks, it's my understanding that Dan Mandis will be leading us in line dancing, which is nice. It'll be a lot of fun. So we'll have a little, I'll sing Achy Breaky Heart, and you can do a little dance.
Absolutely.
You know, that'll be a good
Did you see the gift that Dan got, Matt? Did you ask him about that?
Hey, Dan, what is, by the way, what is that gift? Someone gave you, I got a lock of hair, by the way.
Oh, good.
In anticipation.
Congratulations.
And I got some alcoholic beverages. What did you get, Dan?
I got something called a cruise ship fluid drift bottle, but I'm not sure what that is.
Well, you should open it up and see what's going on in there.
Should I open it up? Okay.
I would approve.
Is it great if one of those snakes that pops out?
You probably could have opened it properly where you didn't have to rip the box. I mean, you just ripped.
He went full Hulk on that box.
What did you do?
You should see me at Christmas.
It just, the box opens. You don't have to rip it. Oh, my God.
Whoa.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that's actually very cool. It's great for radio, but it's like a ship. It's like a pirate ship, and it's on water.
Can you get the wave big enough to flip the boat?
Yeah, that's the question is, can you create... That's exactly. You realize that's why you got that gift, right?
Where's the guy that gave this to me? I don't know. That's very funny, though.
See if you
the whole tsunami denier thing. I'm never going to live that down.
Well, you are a tsunami denier, as you admitted.
I've heard about that.
Did you hear about this?
Some
You're
have even said
anti-science.
he has tsunami derangement syndrome.
Dan was like, can I tell the story? So
go ahead.
My version of the story is I'm listening to Nashville's morning news, and Dan's talking about the unfortunate passing of Gene Hackman. Although Gene Hackman was 95 years of age,
Yeah.
so but one way or the other.
I mean, have you seen the people on Social Security? You could live to 120, 130.
That's true.
Easily in this country.
Yeah, you could have gotten a lot more years. So Dan is reflecting on the life of Gene Hackman, and Dan says, well, one of his favorite Gene Hackman movies was The Poseidon Adventure, which was a great film. Fine film.
Epic.
My favorite
Nothing
movie
wrong with that film.
that he's ever done.
Has anybody in the crowd seen The Poseidon Adventure? What is the premise of The Poseidon Adventure is that a huge wave turns the boat over and does so with the speed that the boat does not flood. It flips.
It was a giant wall of water. That is from the actual movie.
And Dan asked the question, does that happen in real life? And then Chris comes in for the crisscross, and Chris says, so you're asking if large waves have the capability of rushing to shore and doing devastation and flipping over boats and causing death? And Dan was like, right, I just want to know if that happens in real life. I'm listening, I'm texting Mandis. Dan, 250,000 people died in 2004 in a tsunami.
But that's not what I'm talking. See, I'm not doing this again. You're trying to bait me. You're trying to draw me in. So I just wanted to know if there's ever been like a big movie kind of a tidal wave that has actually happened.
Yes, but it didn't flip the boat over. That's never happened. But it has killed people. So, and it was a rogue wave out in the middle of nowhere where it was almost glassy water, and it did something.
Okay. Because I'm going on a cruise in May, so I'm terrified.
Where are you going?
That's what it's really all about.
You'd have to ask my wife. I'm getting on a boat.
Are you going to ask him?
The truth comes out. You're going on a cruise.
I am going on a cruise.
He's worried about getting.
You're going to ask him to stay close to the land? Can you guys stay close to the land
I'm
so I can see it?
I'm going to be the guy that walks around with a life vest on all through the entire
you get on
cruise.
there, and you're going to be fine. It's great.
Get on the boat and ask to speak to Captain Stubing.
It's Stubing, not Stubing.
I thought it was Stubing. Stubing?
Yes.
That's a different
pardon me. You gave me the Love Boat correction, right?
I did.
Is that right? And asked to speak to him and ask him about the rogue waves. And
I'm not going to ask for Captain Stubing. I'm going to I'm going to ask for Julie, the cruise director.
I'm going straight for Isaac, the bartender.
You know the guy who played, what was it, Gopher?
Gopher.
Yeah, he worked in D.C. and talk radio for a while.
What? He was also a congressman.
Yeah.
What?
That's right, yeah. And the story goes...
Next thing you're going to tell me is that Cooter was a congressman. Come
Fred
on, guys.
Fred Grandy. Fred Grandy.
Yeah, Fred Grandy, the story goes, is his first day on Capitol Hill. He walks into a House office building. He gets into an elevator, and the elevator operator, and they do have them, said, third floor or the Lido deck, sir?
So anyway, back to Dan Mandis and his non-belief.
No. We're on to something else now. This is now a callback.
Well, I just want to clarify. So let's get away from the Poseidon Adventure and go to another feature film called The Perfect Storm, which involved, you remember this movie, George Clooney?
Yes, I saw it.
You saw the movie?
Another great tidal wave movie.
What was the premise of the movie? That a tidal wave turned a boat?
The difference between a cruise ship and a dinghy.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That was a little fishing boat. That wasn't like a Poseidon.
Okay, so you need a big boat.
Yes.
As an example.
Like the one I'm going to be going on in May.
He's going on the Titanic, too.
A floating prison.
Dude, they're so fun.
That's what I hear. Especially when the electricity goes on.
Cauldrons of germs.
That's right.
Is.
Oh,
That's right.
stop it.
Oh, yeah, no, there's just little germ factories.
That's all right, I'll be drinking. I'll be so drunk I won't care.
Well, I mean, that's one of the ways to combat it.
There you go. Me and my life
every
vest.
other person on the boat will be completely
You
blasted.
could have the norovirus, or you may just be drunk.
There you go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
I'm sure you'll have a good time. Back to the presidential address
Yes,
tonight.
please.
So this is cool. I just want to see if we can make it. You ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Nope.
Nothing.
Telling you.
Nothing.
It's like those Coast Guard boats that are designed.
You know,
to do
you're
that.
just,
they just flip.
You're just feeding my tsunami denialism, so you've just got to stop.
I mean, look, you can even turn it sideways and it doesn't flip over.
That's exactly right.
So there you go. Tsunamis don't exist, just like birds.
I'd be willing to.
Exactly.
I'd be willing to bet the Democrats want to throw something like that at Trump tonight.
You know, I mean, So do we wish for this or do?
That's a great point.
Absolutely, we wish for
it. Do we want
wish
Maxine
for
Waters
this?
and Jasmine Crockett to misbehave to the point where?
No.
We do.
No.
I mean, because then it gives the media outlets the lead.
Yeah.
So my thing is, part of me, I'm a chaos man, right? And so I kind of want to see that. I want to see the Democrats go, 2-11.
But it takes away the conversation of whatever he talks about.
Right. So I mean, because I think Brian's right. If there's a disruption, that's the lead story.
I think it's what we'll be talking about tomorrow more than anything.
But see, is that good for Trump and conservatives,
All
or is
they
that
want to
bad?
do is take him off message and to diminish the impact of his message in his speech tonight. And by doing that and giving CNN and MSNBC and all of the others something to talk about other than what he actually proposed, what he actually said, I think it's...
But it all depends on Trump's retaliation to whatever the outburst is.
If he's got a great comeback...
If Trump can nail them and bring it back on message... See, this is why you guys have been ineffective for the last 4 years. Something along those lines.
Look at the children. Yep. Pitching a tantrum.
remember
would that not be great?
Put them in timeout.
Let's put the children in timeout. Let's get them to their playrooms.
But if it takes away from the message, and he has a good message, and everybody only talks about that, you waste it.
But let's be honest. The mainstream media is not going to cover whatever message Trump tries to deliver, whether we like it or not.
I don't care. I care about it. I don't care what the mainstream. No, who's listening to the mainstream media?
But we're going to follow along his speech, outburst or not, and we're going to listen to it and react to it honestly. The mainstream media is not going to do that for us.
CNN, MSNBC, and the networks will not cover Trump's speech fairly regardless.
No, well, they're not going to. But here's the thing, too. What this ends up doing, though, is if I'm a Democrat, I'm thinking this diminishes the office even. They already think it more. What's it do now next time when the Democrats, you won't always be in power, all of a sudden you've turned it over to the Marjorie Taylor Greens to get up and go, crazy and say and do whatever, and next thing you know, it's idiocracy.
But we're already there. We're already there.
All right, so I'm going to say something. You guys don't laugh until I get done. Just try not to laugh until I get done. Is there a way that the Democrats go too far for even the mainstream media and they identify how ridiculous that they've become?
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Is there a way for them to make There's no better way to put it. Asses of themselves so much tonight that even the ABCs and the CNNs of the world, maybe not MSNBC, they were like, okay, this is a step too far.
You're talking about the political party that advocates for gender mutilation of children. You're talking about the political
said
party.
don't laugh yet.
You're
Right.
talking about the political party that advocates for rapists and child predators and human trafficking via an open southern border. At this point, there is nothing that is going to divorce the mainstream media from the Democrat Party.
Matt, I would say that probably there's nothing that they can do that will not be reported positively by the mainstream media. But it doesn't matter because the American people will make their own judgment about it, and they won't like it.
Well, I thought about you just because you've been a part of that world in Washington, D.C. When I guess a week ago, 2 weeks, I can't even remember when it was. This is to my point. When Lester Holt announced that he was stepping down after 10 years as the lead anchor of NBC Nightly News. And I thought, man, there was a time in my life where that would be a big deal.
Not anymore.
And nobody noticed, and
No.
nobody really cared anymore.
No.
I mean, and I just think it drives home that the mainstream media, the ABC, CBS, NBCs of the world, CNN,
Don't have the
MSNBC,
power, no.
they just don't have the power.
Well-
I don't think they have the power of X.
No, they don't.
No, absolutely
they
not.
Don't. Look
Absolutely
at now.
not.
I mean, today, Hakeem Jeffries is trying to get whatever he possibly can, a group of progressive influencers together because they're looking for their Rogan. And they had Rogan, by the way. You lost Rogan because you went insane. So they're looking for theirs, and they don't have that. People are going to go over to X. They're going to go over to all the influencers like. They're not going to watch NBC, ABC, any of these things. And the only time those people are even seen anymore is when people are commenting about it.
Individuals are finding their own North Star when it comes to information and who they trust. And I think a overwhelming majority of the American public have looked at the mainstream media and said, yeah, that ain't it.
It feels as if, and I understand that perhaps we are insulated to a certain degree. I try to recognize that we have our own version. I won't say an echo chamber, but we have our own version
We're in a bubble,
of that, right?
yeah.
We're in a bubble too. But, I ask myself, how in the world you can exist in a bubble where you believe the Democrats are right about these issues, where you think that that you believe the rest of America is just, as they present it, as racist or as xenophobic or as misogynist as they want you to believe Donald Trump is. And I don't understand how that exists. We try to extend ourselves beyond the talking points that are grown-up talking points are now amongst the conservatives / libertarians. Like the debating points come between Chad Benson and Matt Murphy, or Brian Wilson and Matt Murphy, or those of us here. You can't talk to Democrats anymore because there's no reasoning with
Well,
them.
the Democrats that are on the television stuff, I got friends that are Democrats. I got friends that are progressive. They're not insane. They think this stuff is baloney, and they don't follow 90% of what the Democrats.
But they still
out there.
vote for it, which is odd to me.
Yeah, they say they vote for it. I don't think they vote for it as much as that. A lot of people say they do stuff. They're like, oh, I totally voted for somebody that wasn't Trump.
Oh, no, I voted for Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
wink,
so-
wink. Right. All right, 17, almost 18 after the hour. I think we're doing the times at the same, right? We're doing the 20s and the thing?
Yep.
I think so. I should know. All right, so we've got to take a short break in a moment. When we come back, the panel is going to continue to dissect what we think the big moments are, whether or not the Democrats are going to make heinies of themselves tonight. We're at the Nashville Palace. Still time to come out and see us and to enjoy the speech together as we break bread. A big spread going on in the back of the room. Lots of people look well fed. They got
Food
their
was delicious, by the way.
did you have some?
Oh, yeah.
What'd you have over there?
I had the pork, which was delicious. The chicken was incredible. And the rolls, baby. The rolls are awesome.
The rolls are where it's at.
Uh-huh.
All right, I'm going to carb up during this break. It's about 19 after the hour. Go ahead and take a time out, and we'll be back with Brian Wilson, Chad Benson, Matt Murphy, Dan Mandis, Chris Hand, Super Talk 99.7, WTN. You know, we want to thank, we appreciate all of you for being here, braving the weather, and spending an evening with Super Talk 99.7 WTN as we prepare to watch President Donald J. Trump address the joint session of Congress tonight. I want to thank the Nashville Palace for hosting us. They're very kind to do so. I want to thank Paul Winkler, paulwinkler.com, for being here and hosting us as well. I want to thank all of our fine sponsors. Nashville Safe House is a wonderful organization, largest selection of safes and vault doors in the Southeast. Tire World. They don't put discount in their name. They put discount in your pocket. Tire World, Tim Leeper Roofing. They've got you covered. Visit Tim Leeper Roofing. Daily Defense sponsored my haircut tonight. Thanks to Noah Peters, the singing barber. And thanks, we were just talking about Contours.
Contours, man.
I want you to talk about Contours for a minute.
Contours is awesome because they give amazing facials, and they've got all kinds of services to help you lose fat. Summertime is coming, so they're going to help you look great in a bathing suit. And right now, for the folks in-house, they're giving away $10,000 worth of services. Check them out. This is great on the radio, but check them out in-house here. They are right over there by the Nashville Palace sign. Say hi and check them out. That's a great company.
And my good friends at Volunteer Outfitters are here tonight as well. They're giving away an Orca cooler, and I'm in. Tommy, is Tommy over there? Where's Tommy? I'm in Tommy's pants right now. I'm in Tommy's pants. No, I am. These are pants from Tommy's joint at Volunteer Outfitters. He's absolutely fabulous, and they will dress you out for the sportsman, for the sports lady, or if you're just looking for a great outfit. They've got them over there. Volunteer Outfitters in Hendersonville.
There you go.
All right. So
all right, now, Chris has something. There's something kind of sort of breaking regarding Canada and Mexico. Go.
Yes, Canada and Mexico were on the phone with the Trump administration all day. Commerce Secretary Lutnick says a deal may be announced tomorrow on tariffs.
There you go.
Knees bending in real time. Knees bending in real time. Color me shocked.
Okay.
Also, I heard you say something a moment ago, and I just want to take a second and focus on it. You said President Donald J. Trump, and I just thought to myself, yeah, that feels good, doesn't it? That feels
so good. And, you know, we've said it in the past, and Brian, I don't know that I've heard your thoughts on it yet. Maybe you've talked about it, but I almost believe, and I don't talk a lot about religion on the air. I think, religion can be a very personal matter to the individual listener. But I almost feel like it was Providence what happened in 2020. I think Donald Trump is far better beginning his second term than he ever would have been in 2021.
Absolutely.
I think the gap is, as much as it perhaps hurt us as Americans, as much as we had to get through the aftermath of COVID-19 and deal with the disastrous administration of Biden, it just feels like he was reinvigorated, was able to recharge his batteries and understand better through the course of time.
There was some time where he must have done some deep thinking about what can we do, how can we get back in the game. I'm with you. I think the gap made him stronger. I mean, what president walks into the Oval Office and already knows the drill?
But see, here's the thing, though, is that he came back in being the conquering hero, and he was right. That's the thing. Everything that happened during that 4 years of Biden, Trump predicted. And he came back and he was like, I told you so.
Yeah.
And now I'm the guy that's going to fix it.
Absolutely. And again, it's the soul searching about everything. I think everything, it gave him a different lease. And he came in, too, in a situation where he knows exactly what the drill is. It's hard to hit the ground running that first time when you don't really know. You got to hire 10,000 people? Wait, what? I got to hire what?
Well, look at what he went through in the first administration where he had all of Washington, D.C. against him, and he had people that were even in his own party that were working against him.
Right.
It's quite the different culture this time around.
For me, the biggest sea change between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0. Immigration, he's right there, he's doing it better. Economy, right there, doing it better. End the foreign conflicts. The endless wars have to stop. He's doing it better. I do not believe that Donald Trump concerned himself with financial insolvency during his first term. And COVID at the end of his first term even made that worse. And so he was spending money like Republicans had spent in the past. Now, some can say that that's 3D chess and he was planning this all along. I don't know it.
No.
But he came in with the Elon Musk Doge concept with a vengeance.
Well, you got to think about this, though. If you're going to take something on like that, you're going to either be in the second term or you're going to be a one-term president.
Well, that's true.
Because to address anything like this is going to have people up in arms and
Freaking
terrified.
This was always my argument against DeSantis, though. You got to wait because Trump doesn't have to worry about being reelected.
Amen.
Anybody else that came in the Republican Party would have had
want
to
them at
worry.
that second term.
Yes,
That's right,
they
yeah.
would have had to worry about being reelected. But God won't waste your pain. That 4 years of Biden was the exclamation point on the first term of Trump that we needed. And listen, if he comes in 2020, we're dealing with impeachments, we're dealing with a Democrat-controlled House, we're dealing with a lame duck presidency. Plain and simple. That we are blessed that they decided to steal it in 2020. And it's fun to remind the libs that this could all be a memory had you not stolen it
That's
back
right.
then.
That's right. Yeah, 2025, who knows who's president right now. Donald Trump wouldn't be.
Nope, that's
All
for
you
sure.
had to do was, stop the steal.
And I don't think people
as they say.
I don't think people
Allegedly.
understand how important it is to come into Washington, D.C. as a new president and really hit the ground running. I mean, you've got to get every big thing you want accomplished in 6 months.
Well, yeah, and remember, being the president, normally if you've got the House and the Senate, you kind of get one big thing.
Right.
Then we, as a knee-jerk reaction nation, everybody freaks out and goes, you got too much power, we got to give some over here. And that's your one big thing. It happens over and over again.
Right.
That's why the midterms are important. That's why you've got to be on point when it comes to your messaging about the economy. It has to be rocking and rolling because everything else, the economy's winning, you're winning.
So here's a question that I would have for all the really smart guys at the table. Is there anything that Trump needs to do right now to lower the prices that we're paying at the grocery store that he's not doing? I mean, we talk about...
If he can focus on getting energy costs down, that would be
Yes.
the biggest thing because energy costs roll through the entire economy.
Yeah, I mean, the obvious answer is what.
Well, and
the one
he
that
rolled
runs.
back Biden's executive order on oil drilling. So there's that. I don't know what else he's done, but he's trying to deregulate all the industries and everything as well. So seems to me like he's doing
All that
everything
he
right.
can. I mean, he can't do anything about the bird flu. That happened even pre him, and that's going to take a long time for this thing to come back. And the oil thing is great, but we don't have enough refineries. And the refineries we do have are set up for Canadian oil.
You see, Dan, the economy is like a huge ship. And inflation is like a big wave. You understand
Like
what
a
I'm saying?
tsunami?
I think
like a tsunami.
You know what I think Trump needs to do? Tax breaks for backyard chickens.
I like that
That would
idea.
be fantastic.
Do you like that?
That would be great.
Backyard chickens, tax breaks.
Bucks for clucks.
Bucks
Oh,
for
I like
clocks.
that.
There you go.
That's money.
All right, look at that. That's
We'll
a
be
great
here
idea.
we'll be here all the week. I mean, why not?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, you
we
guys were talking about backyard chickens earlier.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, I mean, there are a lot of people around America that if they have the space and they don't have the HOAs, they're doing this.
You know, it's
Make
it was
self-
the old thing. Remember, chicken in every pot.
That's right.
Make self-reliance great again.
Amen, brother. All right, it is 7:29, almost 7:30. We got the bottom of the hour. We'll come back. We've got about 28 or so minutes left as we continue to dissect what we expect out of the joint session of Congress and Donald J. Trump's address to the United States of America. It is 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 7:34 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. My name is Chris Hand. I swear just moments ago I had Benson, Murphy, Mandis, and Wilson on stage, but they have been swarmed by legions of Super Talk fans. We have the best looking crowd in Middle Tennessee tonight, don't we, here at the Nashville Palace. We are getting ready for DJT's unbelievable speech. It's going to be the best speech ever. Joint session of Congress. Everybody's big hype. The food here is fantastic. We got some great sponsors in attendance. Shout out to Paul Winkler. I see Mandis is showing up with cigars. You got cigars?
I did get cigars. My buddy gave them to me.
Nice.
Yep. Now, somebody's going to have to show me how to smoke them. Where's Bill Clinton when you need him? What?
He didn't inhale.
I don't think that's the. Never mind.
Have you guys
I don't
seen
think Bill
this,
Clinton did that with the cigars.
Oh, got it. Okay, very good.
Have you guys seen this article on in Axios?
What do you got?
Fascinating. Talking about what the Democrats have been talking about among themselves in the way of protest tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Noisemakers, egg cartons.
Oh, good gracious.
Are you kidding me? Wait, what do you do with egg cartons?
Do you know how expensive eggs
Hand
are?
clappers, red cards. Other kinds, I don't know, like I guess
a soccer game?
Soccer.
Where you can just throw up a red card?
Soccer.
What's that?
But you
thing
have
that
to
they
get
had
the
this-
yellow
great.
first, right?
I want to know what you do with an egg card.
No offense, Chad, but nothing says America like
Apparently
making a
you slap
soccer
them
reference.
together like noisemakers.
Why would they have red cards?
It makes no sense.
Dude, that's so stupid.
You'd be better off at
Kazoos.
like yellow flags, like in football.
Kazoos would be great.
Kazoos would be nice.
Kazoos would be great. Yeah.
What's the thing
Fart
they had
machines?
in South Africa? That huge
Oh, the
thing?
Vuvalea or
The
whatever?
Vuvalea.
That'd be great, mariachi band.
I mean, the best thing that the Democrats could do would just be not show up and protest, right?
Or get up
in
and walk
unison,
out.
Nobody shows up.
They can't handle that, though, because then they are not the center of attention. They can't handle not being. I'm frankly surprised AOC said she's not showing. But what she's trying to do is create another center of attention with her on Instagram or wherever
Oh,
she's.
is she gonna be on the gram?
She's going to be
Yes.
on Blue Sky during, and which
gonna
is
be on OnlyFans,
which is
so there's
Libtard
that.
Twitter, and then she's going to be on IG Live.
The OnlyFans. Little OF.
Oh,
Where's
goodness.
Bell when you need him?
But see, if they go that far though, Brian, where they're actually bringing in props, is that legal? Like, can they
Apparently,
do that?
the Democrats were discouraged by the Democrat leader, Jeffries.
Hakeem Jeffries?
Yeah, said that, don't do that. But apparently there is, as the article goes on to detail, a great bunch of disagreement among Democrats about what they should do and how they should do
How
it.
do you get it in?
You walk it in, you're a member of Congress.
The same way you sneak a catfish into Bridgestone, Chad.
You keister it.
In your pants.
You keister it.
Put it right down there in your pants.
You figure they would say no.
You know, they're not supposed. I mean, right. It's my understanding that technically they're not supposed to have their cell phones on the floor of the House of Representatives. But all these members at the one State of the Union that I've attended, beforehand, every member of the bite, they're all down there on their phones.
Especially those senators who come over, they don't have to follow the House rules.
Well, how tight is the security for the Democrat reps in the House and the Senate?
Around these events, they're called national security events. They're looked at as the highest kind of security that you need to provide for. It's like a State of the Union. They will do everything that for this address tonight that they would do for a State of the Union.
But do they look at like a guy like Chuck Schumer and they say we know who you are, Senator Schumer, and you're going to be fine, so they let him in anyway?
So when I went to the State of the Union in 2016, it was the final address that Barack Obama gave. I was guest of Congressman Mo Brooks. And we went from Mo's office to the Capitol together in the underground tunnel. And I went through 4 separate security checkpoints from the tunnel entrance at, I think it was Longworth, the tunnel entrance to my seat at the Capitol. 4 different checkpoints. I saw Mo went through the first 2 with me, and both checkpoints, they saw his pen and they waved him around the security perimeter because he's a congressman, and I had to go through the security perimeter.
I think they took my phone when I went with Congressman Desjardins.
Absolutely. I did not get my selfie with Michael Keaton because of that.
So I guess what we're all
Big
saying
loss.
is that there's definitely a realistic possibility that they're sneaking these kind of noisemakers in.
If they want them, they can do it. And so the question then is, and I guess I heard you guys while I was getting my hair shorn minutes ago, at what point, and I think it was Dan that asked this question, it's a good question, at what point does it become an issue where they're asked to leave, right? I mean,
Well, I mean, the speaker could order them to clear the people who are protesting out of the room. They could. But I don't know that would be the right thing to do.
Now, optics-wise, I feel like they would capitalize on that more than they would just letting them outburst and Trump hitting them back.
Right.
I think that Donald Trump he'll
be ready,
well positioned to clap back at whatever ridiculous protest. Because here's the thing: whatever protest you do from that lone seat in the room somewhere, Donald Trump's standing at the podium. He's got the microphone, and he's going to get it back, right? So I think it's a fool's errand, ultimately.
Well, you're talking about a bunch of fools.
This is true.
No, it's a fool's errand for the fools.
By the way, Mike Thompson, from a Democrat, tonight's lone survivor, if you will, the designated survivor.
Okay.
So they've named a Democrat for Napa.
Have you guys figured out, because I heard the lone survivor talk earlier too, and I was sitting over there as my hair was getting cut, thinking about who the lone survivor on Super Talk 99.7 WTN was tonight, and y'all don't want to know who it was.
Who was it?
Bell K.
Yeah, Bell.
I know. Bell K was the lone survivor from Zoom. I mean, my goodness gracious. Let's pray that we don't have negative weather hitting the Nashville Palace.
He would just leave. He'd just leave.
I mean, he would turn off the transmitter, turn out the lights, go on home.
I don't think he'd turn off the lights. He'd just leave. Yeah. He'd clear out the refrigerator and leave. I love you, Bell.
Of course we do. So, yeah, I mean, the beginning of the speech, the opening of the speech, the big moment of the speech, he hits the highlights. He hits foreign policy first. He hits immigration first. I mean, he hits Doge first.
I think he hits the money that he's bringing into the country first, and then he pivots to Doge, and then he pivots to the border.
I think he hits Ukraine first.
Yeah. I mean, it's top of mind. It's topical. It's the thing that we've been talking about last.
I think he's already won on the border. So it's almost like leading with the border. You're leading with old news.
Yeah, yeah.
So everybody's talking about Ukraine right now, and if they did sign that mineral deal,
apparently they signed the minerals deal.
Strike while the iron's hot.
Absolutely, and that was a very big deal.
Hey, over under tonight. Is he on time? Is he not on time?
No way is he on time.
Well, what is on time with Donald Trump?
That doesn't make any. Up at
you mean to start? Right. Oh, you're talking about to start.
8:15, 9:30, 10.
So, I mean, the question is, and I've seen the betting markets have started putting prop bets on this stuff. Like how long it takes him to get from the door of the speakers. Well, I mean, that iconic door that you see open up, and the guy says, I guess the sergeant in arms, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States.
Usually where you want to play that game is after the speech when there's a Democrat response, because they don't start the clock to begin the countdown to the Democrat response comes 15 minutes after the president leaves the door. As he leaves the chamber, they start the clock. And 15 minutes later, the networks know that they're going to be going to the Democrat response.
Who's it from Michigan? What's her name?
Alyssa Slotkin.
Slotkin or whatever?
She's the Michigan senator who distanced herself from Biden and Kamala Harris in order to win her seat.
There was a lot of split tickets for her and for Trump.
But that's why Biden took his sweet time getting out, because he wanted to push the Republican response later and later when people would be already in bed.
And he was old. Remember, if he was doing this now, we'd have had to do this at noon.
It is such a that response, and for me, it's a nonpartisan matter. That response is such a thankless task. It is such it seems, and I understand why newbies want to gravitate to it, because it gives you a national platform, and at least you get on national television. But boy, oh boy, there is really no way to do it well, and you get noticed if you don't do it very well. I still remember Marco Rubio's the hostage video water take, or Katie Britt from Alabama. Oh my goodness gracious!
Yeah,
what a disaster!
That was awful.
Oh, yeah,
that was so awful.
And Katie Britt, I know Katie. Katie is a wonderful person, and it has been a very good senator from the state of Alabama. It was awful.
Well, and I've seen her in interviews, and she's really good. It was like somebody just told her, you've got to be really emotive, and you've got to show a lot of emotion, and she just ended up overacting.
Coaching. Yeah.
That's the actress in her.
And also, get into the kitchen. That was another aspect to it, right? she did it literally from the kitchen.
Yeah, she did.
Well, to each their own, I suppose. But yeah, it's such a thankless task.
Well, and the contrast, you've got the president speaking before this wild audience, and the big production and all of the people, and then you go to one person in a room speaking.
My favorite, though,
Very
was
dramatic.
remember when the Kennedy kid did it a few years back and he had the spittle on his mouth?
Oh.
Do you remember
Oh,
Spittlegate?
gosh.
It was awful.
I don't know that anything tops Marco Rubio and the sad one.
No,
I mean, it
that
was
looks
just
sad.
And I guess I get it in the moment. You don't want to look away from the camera. You want to address the people you're talking to. But it really looked like he was blinking twice for help. It was just.
When are we going to stop this and just send everybody to social media? Look, we were going to have a response. Everybody go to social media because it's going to be more entertaining there.
I mean, I don't believe that the networks necessarily want to cover the responses.
It's horrible.
Right? I think the networks would just as soon be in what do they call them? The after room or the
green room.
Spin room.
The spin room.
Spin room.
Where all of the assembled folks are doing their own little version of the spin or whatever. Because, I mean, does the responder get an advanced version of the speech? Do they get advanced copies?
Well, and that's a question. Do you give an advance copy of the speech so that the Democrats can mark the places where they want to protest? They may not give them an early version of it. They may not.
I would give them a speech. This is a speech that I'm not doing. How great would that be?
Give
They'd
them
be
a
like,
fake
"None of this
speech."
stuff is here. What's this all about?
What's this?
And they're lemmings anyway. They don't know when to clap, when not to clap. They're being told what to do. So what do they do then?
That would be great. That'd be awesome.
That'd be great.
So yeah, I mean, the pomp and circumstance of the moment is something. I mean, it just it's pretty incredible. I would know. I mean, I don't know. You went to a State of the Union, did you not?
Yeah, Biden.
Did you went to Biden's? How was it?
Well, it was Biden. But
the pomp and circumstance of it.
Oh, the pomp and circumstance was great.
How many hours beforehand did you get in your seat in the gallery?
Oh, gosh. It felt like 90 minutes, 2 hours, something like that.
I mean, I think it was at least 2 hours.
Yeah, Desjardins. I went as a guest of Congressman Scott Desjardins. He told me, don't drink. Don't drink because...
Like alcohol?
You have to pee.
No, you don't.
Oh,
yeah,
just drink.
Yeah, you're
Water
not,
or anything.
Yeah, they don't want you to have to get up, go to the bathroom. I had to give up my phone.
Because it was odd, because I went to Obama's last one, and Congressman Mo Brooks said, drink large amounts of alcohol. Drink.
If I remember correctly, at the Obama ones, there was like an if counter that looked like Massey's debt clock.
Yeah, so, I mean, there's just a large amount of pomp. And for those who have never been, the room is much smaller than you think it would be.
You think so,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah, I do. From a television standpoint?
You know what? I've been there and it's smaller. Just like I've been to Parliament. Parliament's tiny.
Oh, is it really?
Oh yeah, you're like, it's not much bigger than this, and they, oh yeah, and they all jump up and down. It's hilarious.
Those people are
All right,
crazy.
now,
over
since
there.
we have everybody here, anybody want to talk about J.D. Vance? I know we're talking about Trump, but J.D. Vance...
I think he's acquitting himself quite well.
Are you satisfied with J.D. Vance?
Yeah, very much so.
Is this and this is an audition, right, for J.D. Vance?
It would seem that he's been turned to. It seems like everybody's trying to drive a wedge between Trump and Vance and Trump and Elon, and it's just not happening.
No, because Trump is smarter than that.
Well, and Elon and JD are smarter than that too,
absolutely.
and they understand. And JD Vance has done something in the first 43 days that I didn't know was possible. He's come off as alpha male, but he has yet to get in front of his boss.
The way
Right.
that
There are those moments, though, where you see that hillbilly energy coming out, like we did with Vance and Zelensky on Friday.
Right.
But Vance is unbelievable, man. He's a millennial. He has a mom who dealt with the drug crisis and drug addiction. He's been to war. He's been to these endless wars. He understands the American story right now in a way that very few other politicians do. And I think that if the wins keep mounting, you are looking at Vance 2028.
Oh, absolutely.
And the way that he stood up for Trump against Zelensky without showing up Trump was actually quite brilliant.
That's a fine line to walk.
And he walked it, and it was really good. And I got to tell you, I love Trump. He's going to be here 4 years. I'm really looking forward to a possible President J.D. Vance.
8 years.
8 years. We'll see, man. We'll see.
I mean, so we were talking earlier about how it was providential that there was that 4 years of Biden in the midst of the Trump. I mean, without that, you don't get the possibility of 8 more years. No. You don't get what seems to be, if it's a J.D. Vance, you feel like that's a continuation. It's new blood, but it's also a continuation of the Trump legacy. and that can propel you to another 8 years.
I also think it's been a bit understated how much of an improvement Vance is over Pence.
Oh, gosh.
You look at some of these pictures where Trump is going at it with Pelosi and Schumer, and you see the body language of Pence kind of hiding in his chair. And then you look at the pictures of Trump, Vance, Zelensky, and he's got the knife hands out ready to go.
Well, remember, Trump at that time needed to get the evangelicals. He needed something that the other people were going to deliver at the time. J.D. Vance wouldn't have worked then.
This is true.
Pence worked because of what he brought to the table. But now Trump's a known quantity.
But what Pence brought to the table really stopped once the election happened, I feel like.
I agree.
You know what he did? J.D. being a vice president that is in front of people and doing things. Pence was the old school Dan Quayle, go to the back of the room. I'm just going to go open supermarkets.
It was all about fealty.
I'm going to go open supermarkets and give speeches to kindergartners.
Yeah. All right, about 10 minutes until we believe the speech will begin. There's a lot of folks gathering.
Lindsey
Obviously,
Graham hugging a woman.
The assembled
That's,
folks are
Kristi
there.
Noem.
So, who do you believe will be the most likely Tennessee congressman on the aisle? Now, for those who are not familiar with how these things work, whether it be a State of the Union or a joint session, the getting on the aisle is a big deal for some of these folks.
It's Ogles.
It's got to be. It's Ogles, right?
It's Ogles. It was always going to be Ogles.
Give Trump another term.
I feel like it's Ogles.
Yeah. I used to go to the chamber early to watch these things, and you would not believe, like, some of these members of Congress would come down at 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
I was going to say, are they
and stake out their
seats?
seats.
Camping out.
I mean, and who was it from? Is it Sheila Jackson Lee from Texas?
Yes.
Yeah.
Is one of the ones who, if there was a Democrat in the White House, she was going to be on that aisle to get some of that FaceTime. It was a calling card of hers. And Ogles got a little FaceTime with Joe Biden a year or so ago,
Him
maybe
and
2 years ago.
Him and Burchett. They were asking him his favorite type of ice cream.
So we expect to see at least one or two Tennessee congressmen on the aisle. All right, so they're assembling. We got about 10 minutes until it's time for us to leave the airwaves. We're going to take a quick time out, be back in a moment, wrap things up, get some final thoughts here. We are live from the Nashville Palace at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. again, real loud, and I get credit.
This us.
Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
That's ominous music.
Yeah, it is.
The calm before the storm. The storm is Donald J. Trump, the 47th president of the United States of America.
Let's go.
Let's
See
make
a
that
storm?
happen.
You can't have a storm anymore. We don't have Noah.
They look like they. I mean, look, we're watching this on your monitor here, and they look assembled and ready to go over there in the House of Representatives.
I'm looking
right?
at the Democrats to see if they have any of those egg crates.
Running a tight ship.
There's
Some of them are in white.
There's definitely a few of them in pink.
Pink. They got them dressed in pink.
Okay.
Remember when they dressed in white?
Yeah.
And Kirsten Sinema showed up in like a bright pink with flowers everywhere just to say, "Fruit."
What is? Are they dressed in pink in support of all the women that they supported in the United States Senate this week when they voted men and women's sports or voted against the ban of men and women's sports?
I'm fine. But
You know what I would love if Trump actually brought that up?
Oh, he would. I would hope that he will.
I want Trump, and Brian, you've been watching these things forever. Is it usual for a president? Did you watch George Washington's first one, Brian?
You remember
I
when they
remember
used to
George
stand on a
Washington's
stump?
State of the Union address. No.
But how aggressive can Trump get against the Democrats? I mean, can he call them out aggressively?
It would be better if he didn't.
But he will.
But I mean, the best defense would be humor.
Yeah. Yep.
If he has a great one-liner, that will change everything.
If they disrupt him.
Yeah.
You know, are you talking about disruption or are you talking about just calling out the Democrats for being obstructionists?
I promise you that they've already talked about this and they have a plan and they have something he's going to say, and when they drop the bomb, he'll have something quick to say.
Like what I'm saying is, so he'll say, look, they're all wearing pink, and let's talk about how ironic that is. That's what I mean.
Oh, you mean like strike first kind of? Now just bring it up.
Proactive.
Yeah, no, I don't think he will. He may, because he
Not
can't help himself.
proactively, no.
He
Let's
can't
be
help
real. There's some
himself.
things Trump can't do. Helping himself is one of them.
I think as he talks about his first 40 some odd days in office, he's going to reflect certainly on the Democrats when they controlled the body, when they controlled the House and the Senate, when they are in control, what you get versus what you get when Republicans are in control of the Congress and when Republicans are in control of the White House. I think he's going to point that out. I agree with Brian. As far as disruptions and whatnot, I would hope that they've got something pithy. They're going to let him shoot from the hip. And
you think he wants that? Do you think he's going, I hope they come after me?
Oh, I'm sure.
Yes.
I had to look at Chris, because Chris is going to be like, yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I know you want it, Chris, but...
What do you think, Brian?
I'm just reminded of that great line by Ronald Reagan. You know, when he said, what was the line? It was about, the concern was him being old, but that was at a debate. He's at a debate, and he says, everybody was worried about him getting old, and he said, I will not use this against my opponent and not take advantage of his relative youth and inexperience.
Yep.
They worked on that for a week.
Right.
And there'll be something like that in his back pocket.
All right, so as we reach about a minute before we have to head on over to the White House and the speech by Donald Trump, I want to remind you of the people that made this possible tonight at the Nashville Palace. Thank you so much to the Nashville Palace. Thanks to Noah Peters and the Singing Barber. PaulWinkler.com, Nashville Safe House, Tire World, Tim Leeper Roofing, and Daily Defense all made this possible
And Contours.
tonight. And Contours and Volunteer Outfitters. They're not on my sheet, but I apologize for that. Volunteer Outfitters and Contours are here in the house, and we'd love for you to go over and see those guys or any of the fine folks that bring you this tonight. This is Matt Murphy for Dan Mandis, for Chris Hand, for Chad Benson, for Brian Wilson, for Joan Jones, for Ken Weaver, for Chris Weber, for Kirby and the rest of the crew working in the background. We thank you so much for being a part of tonight, and we will see you tomorrow. It's time for the presidential address. Joint session of Congress coming up right now.